Okay. I think we're up and running. Let me double check everything. I think we're live on YouTube on the horizontal. Good. Let me check the vertical. We should be live on TikTok, although I gotta open my guest box. That says we're live on the vertical channel. Good to go there. Welcome in, friends. Amos, good to see you. Moon, good to see you. All right. Just waiting. Yep, there's a video verification. We're good to go there. And we should be good everywhere else. Cool. All right, fantastic. Welcome in, friends. So happy to, 1 second. So happy to be here, but I got to do one thing with my phone before I forget. All right. So today, oh, I should put a prompt up. My goodness. All right. I don't know why my brain didn't think about that. Let me get a prompt up here. Oopsie daisies. Oopsie daisies. All right, we'll have one up here in just a second. I already have one pre-made. Let's see. Go. Oh, I see the problem. Okay. I see the problem. There we go. All right. Now we just gotta load the right one. Let's try this again. Well, I don't know if I like the design on some of these. I have to work on some of those designs. But I do need to change our link. It's going to be tiny, let's see, tiny.cc/DZ live. Cool. And everything else should be good to go, friends. Cool. All right, I'm just going to save that real quick. Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll. Welcome in. Hey, anyone here in communication with Mr. Peabody? Yeah, Mr. Peabody's in the YouTube stream usually. Tell him I've got his mug situation. I'll email him too. His mug situation ironed out. I've contacted some people who do custom porcelain mugs. We got one in the works, and I've got another package on the way with some for his troubles. You know, I've got some extra goodies coming out his way. So huge W for helping out on that fundraiser. Also a huge W for Venus, who's going to be here shortly, or sometime. Let me get the guest box open. She might be in the guest box right now. Ems is in the guest box. Hell yeah. Oh, Ems, give me 1 second. There we go. I'm sorry, I just had to turn your audio on for myself. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I can't complain. I'm shocked that today it was a beautiful day. I don't know if you know much about Ohio, but you never know what kind of day you're gonna get. They said it's gonna be a really shitty day, but we got sunshine, so I'm happy about that. What you up to?
We had an earthquake, so.
Fuck. That's okay. That's crazy. Are everybody okay?
Yes.
Jeez, oh Pete's. Was it a bad one?
I mean, it was 5.6, I think.
Okay. Well, it could be worse, right? What's the highest? About 10?
Yes.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Well, I'm glad you're safe.
I guess. It's been a while since I've been on your live.
It's been a minute, and welcome back, buddy.
Yeah.
So I think Venus is going to join us tonight. I've got for I want to put a note here in the prompt, but I've got a fundraiser linked in the comments of the YouTube video, and I'll put it on the screen for our friend Venus. And she'll probably be here eventually to kind of tell you the backstory. But this is one of those fundraisers where there's no tragedy, and I'm so excited for this. So Venus got accepted. First of all, well, Venus comes from a difficult background, but you guys know she's like a genius up in here. She got accepted to a biomedical science program. It was very hard to get into. Unfortunately, she doesn't have like any way to like get a computer or to do anything of that nature, so she can actually go to college. And then on top of it, like I want to get her on YouTube, and guess what? You're really not going to get her on YouTube until she gets a computer. So it's kind of a double whammy. We're going to get a 2-for-1 by helping out our friend Venus. I got the link pinned in the comments, and then I also got the link in the description of the YouTube videos, and
Yeah.
I'll get something on the screen here as well. So in fact, so that's what we'll be doing tonight. But also, we're just going to be debating some God believers. If I
By the way,
lost my guest
let
box
me
here.
know if you want space for the opposition. Okay.
Oh, it should be all right. Yeah, thank you though.
Okay.
I done lost my guest box. I gotta reopen it. The guest box for TikTok's wild. You open it and then sometimes it just kind of disappears. But what are you gonna do? So the link to join is the same as last stream, tiny.cc/DZ live. You can punch it into your web browser, and you can also just click the link in the description. Although, if I recall, last week when I ran the live stream, or last week, my last live stream, maybe it was last week, the link in the description was still an old link. Give me a second, and I'm going to verify that it's not, just to make sure I didn't have the same mistake twice. But it looks correct. Yeah, we got the right one. It should be all right. Okay, cool. Uh, Ems, when are you getting when are you returning?
So let me message you. I sent you something on WhatsApp, but let me send you on Discord one sec.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't have Discord open. I guess I should open it. Hey, thank you for the money gun, Ronald. Appreciate that. I guess I got to get Discord open now. 1 second. I really have to get the Discord channels integrated and docked into this new software. It's hard to find time to like do stuff, but I see your message there, Ems. So I'll hit that. And let me grab some super chats while we're waiting. We got a couple already coming in. I'm sure we'll have more as the live stream progresses, and we'll be reading between guests, after guests, so on and so forth. Ontological shock, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, have you read Resurrection and Reception in Early Christianity by Richard C. Miller? It compares Roman uh, apotheosis, translation fables to Jesus' resurrection in the Gospels. I'm currently reading. Is it? Well, first of all, it's a good book. And what I would say, I'm not going to say I read it. What I will say is I did what a lot of people do when they're in college, and let's just say I skimmed it so that I can collect the data within it. A lot of these books they're data heavy, but they're also full of like explanatory notes. And to be fair, like a lot of the explanatory notes I don't really care about. You know what I mean? Like why do Yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? Some people need that, but I don't think I do. So I did go through the book, and I thought it was a really good book. And then and then I promptly put it down. But is it a good book? Yes. Should you get the book? Yeah, definitely should. You absolutely should get a book or get that particular book. It's a really good one. You won't regret it. For people who haven't don't know the book yet, he's basically covering the topic of like resurrection in the time period of Jesus. What did people expect? What was like what did if there was a story of resurrection, what would people think about it? Different things like that. How would it have been received? And so that's the basis of the book, and it's a really good book. I do recommend. Um, our word, yeah, good to see you, Robin. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, did I read that you're going to be in Los Angeles in October? Really? What was the date again? Oh, fair question. The date, let me see if I put it in the description. I got it in unapologetic
I
description.
thought
I
that
don't
was
know if I put
November.
it in my. We got 3 dates now.
New York, then
It's
San Francisco and Los Angeles, right?
I think 2 of them in California. Yeah. Let me see if I put the link in there. I did not. Okay, I'll grab it real quick from the unapologetic account and I'll throw it in. Good reminder. Thanks for that. And let me do one more thing.
Hey, by the way, how are you planning on like having people come debate? Like, do you have something organized?
Yeah. So Pangburn is going to be putting on the debate. They do like stage debates typically. So it's going to be all in person debates. So it should be a lot of fun. I don't know how many people are going to show up to debate versus how many people are going to show up to watch the debate, but we'll find out, right?
Hey, by the way, check Discord for something cool.
Oh, yeah, yeah. All right, 1 second. Oh shit.
Cool.
That's a dope picture. That's a dope. We don't have that kind
Was
of stuff where I'm from. Yeah.
a little too young.
Hey, Roy. Well, Roy, thank you for the 99-cent super sticker. I hope you're doing well. And also, Caden, thank you for the super chat. So, do you plan on putting these on podcasts anymore? I do. I apologize because I haven't really been keeping up. That's on me. It just happened to be one of the situations where it's been kind of busy. It's hard to get stuff done over the summer. I hate that that is the case, but that unfortunately that is the case. You know what I mean? But I will get them for sure. We'll get them added up over summer, and we'll make sure that they're listenable. And I can do them in batches. It doesn't take long to strip the audio from them. The thing that takes longer is uploading them to the podcast platform and filling in like all the metadata. Kind of a nuisance. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, "You're good, Ems. Callie doesn't even get out of bed for a Quake Below 6.0. LOL, donode for Venus. We need more atheist baddies on YouTube." Agreed. We really do. And Venus, I would say, would qualify as an atheist baddie for sure. She's really well liked in the community, and I think it's pretty obvious why. I mean, she's well, like you said, she's kind of a badass. All right, I've got the link right here for the tickets to the in-person debates. So let me plug those in real quick to our to my stream. I think we got 2 guests in the YouTube queue, so we can grab them. And we don't have anyone in our TikTok queue yet, but TikTok will populate here in a minute. I'm grabbing the vertical stream on YouTube real quick. Put the link in there for the Pangburn debates. You're going to see 3 different dates for what's going on. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But it should be fun. It should be fun. I don't know, like, I gotta be honest, I don't know how big these debates will be. Like, I don't know how many people are going to be there. But I do think like the seating capacity at the first one is maybe between 1 and 200. So it's not a huge. I don't think it's incredibly huge. Now the ones in California, I don't know. He might have sent that information already, and I just haven't seen it. But I'm not sure yet what the audience will be. But my guess is the bigger the audience is, the more likely it is that we'll get some interesting opposition. I think the only disappointment is because it's going to be a live debate. I don't, and I could be wrong. I don't suspect we're going to see like a lot of crash outs, which they're fun for some of us. They're not fun for everybody, but for some of us, it's kind of fun to watch. But what are you gonna do?
It usually happens behind a screen, so it
Yeah,
doesn't happen in person.
because people get like emboldened when they're behind a screen. You know what I mean? They feel like
I
invincible,
remember the guy that had
untouchable.
like a full on beard, and he looked like he was in his 40s, talking like he was in high school.
Yeah, yeah, that's a wild one.
He came up on my
Oh,
For You page like 2 days ago.
we got some fun ones. Especially on TikTok. Heathen Reason, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Currently updating the doors and windows in the third oldest church in my city. Oh shit, that sounds fun. Listening to your content while doing so is some peak irony, to be honest. Rock Hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. And yes, I do approve. Doing anything inside of a church while watching my stream is highly regarded by Doug. Definitely approved. And Rick Sneed, thank you for the super chat, says one of my favorite quotes ever tried, ever failed, no matter, try again, fail again, fay better, Samuel Beckett Hope. Things are at least adequate. Rock hard for Doug. There's a lot happening in that quote, Rick. Let's see, ever tried, ever failed, no matter, try. Yeah, basically it's try, try, try again is what I'm getting from this. But thank you for the quote. I appreciate that. And last one for now from C Pikeful. I apologize if I said that wrong. Let me see the big letters when they pop up. Yeah, C Pikeful. I didn't realize how much I had to unlearn until finding your channel. Shout out to the entire DZ Extended Universe crew for being awesome. Yeah, huge fucking shout out to the DZ crew and the Deconstruction Junction crew. We've got a pretty large crew out here that it's a whole community. And because we got a whole community, we support each other. Join the Discord. There's a link in my link tree and also in my YouTube profiles for joining the Discord so that you can get in on all the fun. You can make friends. Fuck, we even got people down in the Discord now, like, how should I say? We've got people meeting the love of their life down in the Discord these days. It's crazy. It's crazy what's popping off. All right, let's get a wizard in here first, and then we'll get our first conversation rolling here. Welcome in a wizard.
Howdy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me double check something real quick, though. Make sure your audio is being sent everywhere. Say something for me, bud.
Hello?
Yeah, I heard you. I don't think TikTok
Okay.
heard you, though. Let me double check that I'm sending you over to TikTok.
Yeah, no, you're not. So
Yeah, I don't think I am. All right, try it again, bud.
Hello?
Oh, interesting. It did not send you. Well, fuck, I'll just delete the audio source and put it back. Apologies for this. I don't know why
No
it wasn't
problem.
working. It was working on the last stream. Let's see. Oh, I can't even remove it. Well, let me see. Wonder if I can just send your audio manually somewhere. 1 second. Fucking name. Give me just a half a second. I'm trying to figure out why I can hear you, but they can't hear you. Let me check my microphone input, make sure I even put the right one in here. Oh,
Okay.
that's the problem. Yeah, I didn't put the right microphone in here. Sorry. I was using different
Really?
settings on Sunday. Yeah. On Sunday I was streaming on a different channel, and we've got different settings there. And I just didn't on TikTok. I just didn't set it back. So give me 1 second to set it back. Many apologies.
No worries.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, the TikTok should be able to hear you now. Say something for me.
All right, how about this?
Yeah, they got you.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Can you hear me well?
So I can hear you well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So, a wizard, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, so I figured I'm not sure if this is the correct show to come into. I'm technically pagan.
I mean, the pagan is a god, right? I mean, do you
Sure.
believe that in
I'm
the pagan gods?
polytheistic. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I mean, polytheism is still a theism, so that's perfectly fine with me. What do you think is a compelling reason to think that like the pagan gods are real? It seems kind of
Well, I mean,
silly.
it's not explicit. You know, like how should I say it? Explicitly or uh, I'm pretty much accepting of any claim of a god per se. But I personally subscribe to pagan gods. I don't deny the existence of other gods, if that makes sense.
Sure, I get that, but if we're asking the question, what is true, it certainly can't be true that all of the gods exist, right?
Well, why would you state that? I don't quite follow why that statement would be certainly true.
Well,
I think there's ways where you could argue it, perhaps, but I think there's like you could argue that maybe claims, for example, of Christians are overstating the whether or not other gods are not real. For example, I don't think any god has to come at the exclusion of others per se.
well, if you actually believe what their books say, right? In the Christian religion, there's only one God, although it's silly because the Trinity is nonsense. But in the Christian religion, there's just one God. So that if that's the case, but that would just mean that polytheism isn't true.
Well, they say that there's only one true God. They claim other gods to either be lesser than, for example,
Well,
or like demonic, right? That doesn't necessarily
well,
mean that the gods are false
some
or like not
some
real.
Christians, most Christians wouldn't consider demons to be gods, but I understand what you're saying. So, I mean, the reality is, it sounds to me like you just believe in all the gods, which is fine. Why would anyone believe in any god at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's lots of reasons why someone might, as to whether or not
Well,
it meets their
why
sufficient.
do
Okay,
you
sure.
believe in a god?
Um, it's kind of been a combination of lived experiences and how would I say it? Um, Personal connection, I guess, is part of it. For me, it's I do
Can you
science,
describe what you
right?
mean by personal connection?
Yeah. I mean, sort of. We all kind of living life is hard, I guess, in some ways, and just seeing some of like, say, for example, you might say fiction stories, for example, and how they kind of resonate with life. And you could find this in normal fiction too. You could argue, I believe. But I believe the fact that some of these things have been passed down orally, for example, or written, kind of from generation to
Right.
generation, makes it
But
sort of its own living thing.
if I said to you the pagan gods are real because
Uh-huh.
of X, you would fill in the blank with how they make you feel or how you feel like you are interacting with them. Is that what I'm understanding?
Sure. I apologize if I'm not being clear.
Because I mean, I just want to understand what you're saying. It sounds like what you're saying is like, it's vibes, man.
Yeah, I understand. I guess I should have first, sat down and clarified with you. Your bullet point is your God is fiction, right? um,
Yeah, I should have. I should have did gods. That's on me. I can change it. Let's see.
Yeah, well, that's also fine. I guess I mean more so to sit down and clarify. What's your criteria for fiction, really? Because
My
we
my criteria is when something exists in a book, but not in real life.
okay. Well, all right, that's totally fine. Again, I don't mean to have this, be argumentative because I really appreciate your, the way you rationalize things. I've watched you for some time, and I've largely just been interested to come and talk to you a little bit about this and see, if my perspective really holds up, has merit. I guess my counterpoint to that would be: would you call laws, for example, would you call them fiction?
I don't know what you mean.
Would you
Laws
call
aren't
laws fiction? When you choose to stop at a
laws aren't
stoplight, they exist in a
laws aren't
book,
telling a
right?
story. The laws
Sure,
aren't
but you
telling a story or making propositions. That's the problem. When someone says, Santa comes to your house over Christmas, that's a claim, that's a proposition, that's a narrative. Laws don't do that.
sure. Yeah, I get what you're saying in that regard. I would argue then a little bit that my beliefs aren't really. I guess maybe this is where this becomes a bit of a nebulous argument. I don't want to throw you into that pit because it just wastes time. But like I wouldn't say that I live with beliefs that sort of have hard statements on what will happen based off your God per se, if that makes sense. I think that's why typically it's more interesting to debate Christians because typically the Christian God has a lot to say about what will happen should you do something, or very
Well,
clear.
I guess what
Go ahead.
I'm just looking for any answer to the question. Is there one good
I was
reason
gonna
to
ask,
believe in any of these gods?
a wizard, why would you pick one pantheon over the other?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Like, why would you believe in which pantheon do you believe in?
Yeah, I don't. I'm syncretic, is what they call it. So and this is historically attested to. There's no real reason to stay within one pantheon. Every pantheon and
Uh-huh.
every pagan god, has some reason to believe in them. It's just about if
Uh-huh.
it, resonates with you,
So you're
I
picking
guess.
what resonates with you and not what you think actually does exist.
This is like I believe in these the sort of collective combination of the things that those pagan gods are ascribed to as something of a powerful stream itself. Maybe you could argue it's a bit like of the archetype arguments. I don't completely ascribe to that argument, but in some ways, a scholar, for example, has to embody certain characteristics, and that puts their life path on a certain sort of trajectory. They all scholars will come across a certain life challenge, and in that way it sort of forms like not completely symmetrical to science, but like a framework as to how to deal with those life issues, if that makes sense.
But how does that answer my question?
I haven't heard an answer to a single question, my friend Wizard.
So
We're just
what
trying to figure
I was
out.
saying is that what is the point in picking a pantheon if you can just discover a new one that resonates with you more and not even dig into if it actually is true and just decide to believe in it?
You could do that. I'm trying to, I guess,
Then what is the
maybe
point?
argue
Then what is the point of paganism?
the point of paganism. Okay, well, wait. I don't know if there needs to be value.
I mean, I could resonate with Harry Potter. That doesn't
Okay.
mean that I believe Harry Potter exists.
Well, the fact that the fact that we talk about Harry Potter kind of makes him exist in some form or fashion.
So
How?
You know, you're
how?
devolving
I
the
mean, like,
argument into you.
if
I think I think this like topic is not for you. If you're gonna argue that us talking about Harry Potter makes him exist, I think we are talking about existence in a very different way.
maybe, I guess, like,
Mhm.
I think that something, whether it be conceptual or not, doesn't matter as long as it has an effect on reality per se, and even if it affects
Sure,
your perspective and how you interact with reality is sort of like a secondary
that is
existence, if
one
that
way to
makes sense.
define. That's one way to define exists. But when I say exists, I'm saying that it exists in the same way that Justin exists, the same exact way. If that is not what you're talking about, then this stream is not for you.
I see. So you're saying like a direct physical manifestation
It
is
doesn't
what
have
you
to be
guys are
physically
looking for?
manifested. They just have to exist in the same way. That in some sort of way, they have to be like they have to be there, not just affecting the world. They have to be there. They have to have a presence somehow.
I see. All right. I apologize then. I don't mean to waste your guys' time.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. I mean, thanks for stopping by and thanks for watching. This show is not a fit for everybody, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. So, but we appreciate you coming by. All right.
Yeah. See you on the next one. Bye.
All right. Cheers. Well, that's a shame. I was hoping to get at least a couple answers. We've talked to polytheists before. It's not like we never get them, but
But a lot of them don't even
I
believe. Like they just call themselves pagans. I don't know why.
it's true.
I
Yeah,
do not
and
understand.
I don't get like when people go to like the archetype stuff. Like I don't understand what archetypes have to do with anything. Like it's just to me it's a meaningless thing. But nevertheless, hey, let me grab a couple of super chats and then we're going to get our next guest in here. It looks like it's Jesse and then Talon. I think I've talked to Talon before. There's not too many Talons. I remember a Talon in the guest box. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Travis, been too busy starting a war with Professor Dave. LOL. Actually, I saw that. Why? Why are they beefing? Does anyone know? If I remember correctly, I think that fuck. Didn't Travis make a response video to something Professor Dave made, and then it kicked off a beef? Professor Dave doesn't take these things lying down. If you kick off a beef with him, sorry, like it's gonna be real, you know? So it should be interesting.
Would you
I'll have to
collab with
check
him?
into it. I don't know. I don't have his contact. I'll have to check him out. Unfortunately, this is what it is. Heathen Reason, thank you for the super chat. Says vibes, woo woo, pagan gods. Jordan Peterson quote, woo woo vibes. That was the kind of that was what I was picking up. And he's a nice enough young man. Hopefully, he can watch some of the show and get the fuck out of here. It's religion stuff. You don't need these pagan gods for any reason. Lord Julio, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John influenced by Paul? I don't think so. If they were, my personal opinion is I would have expected them to be down with the law. You would have seen a Jesus that was very much against the law, and they weren't. You don't really find that in the Gospels. And that's one of Paul's main things. So it seems odd to me that the Gospels are, other than John, are typically more, I don't want to say more Jewish in nature, but they adhere more to what a Jew would expect in terms of Jesus's teachings, whereas in Paul's writings, he seems to diverge a little bit. So I'm not sure that they were influenced by Paul, or it's pretty clear that John was, though. The book of, I'm not John, I mean James. James was influenced by Paul. In fact, most scholars think that one of the reasons why James wrote was to rebut Paul's nonsense on works and salvation. RTT, thank you for the $25 super thanks with no message. Big W. And last one from Silotax, a bit good to see a friend. Silotax says, does Romans 2:14-15 say that people can be good without God? Rock hard for Doug. Yes, this is a famous passage. says that even people who do not know God, when they do what is good, they reap the benefits of following God's good commands. And so there's this general idea that, like, oh, you can theoretically be outside of God's covenant and still reap the benefits of, following the legal system, as it were. So it's a pretty wild verse, and it does create some problems for Paul. There's a couple of them, like Romans 6 creates a huge issue for Paul. He almost nearly contradicts his entire theology in Romans 6, but it's, neither here nor there. Let me grab Jesse, and then we'll get Talon.
Hey guys.
Welcome in, Jesse.
Hey, how's it going? How you doing?
How's it going? Jesse, it's been a while. I already know that you're over the age 18. I got to ask that. But you are still a Christian, right? Okay.
Man, I know the title says God's or God. So I've had these conversations with you in the past. My question, do you mind if I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so are you just in the belief that there is nothing outside of existence that kind of was a first cause? Like how all of this came into existence?
I don't think there was a first cause.
So just an infinite regression always has been like moving and kind of quirking and bobbing around.
Yeah, just like you. Yeah, that's what you believe. Yeah.
Well, no, I believe differently. I do believe there was an outside force that was.
But did your God have a first moment?
I believe so. I believe there's something sitting outside of time. Go ahead. Sorry.
Your God came into existence? Is that what you just said?
I don't think so. I think my God sits out of existence, outside of our reality, outside of time.
Okay, so your God doesn't have a first moment.
In the perspective of this time, in our like reality, he sits outside of it, so we wouldn't need to have a first moment.
But
so he could have always existed.
My question is, okay, so you just think he existed eternally. Well, cool. That's what I think the universe did. I think the universe exists eternally. And the interesting thing is we actually have evidence for that. We don't have any evidence for God existing at all, especially not eternally.
Do you believe that there's intelligent? Let's skip away. Let's kind of shy away from the word design, because I know you're going to refute that. Do you think there's intelligence in the universe?
I don't know what you mean by intelligence. I think everyone's got a slightly different definition of intelligence. So how are you going to define it?
Systems that adapt, scaffolding that's created, but it's also seems to have a purpose. It doesn't seem to be random and haphazardly. There seems to be a focus, whether it's the innate drives of human nature for procreation, for all of the things that we're hardwired for. Those came from somewhere, right? That was intellectually passed along, or not intellectually, but I would say encoded in our DNA to continue, right? And it seems to be
if that's
what's the word I'm looking for? Of design for me.
So if that's
like there was a recent study.
Intelligence, then yeah, I think there's intelligence throughout the universe.
Oh, okay. So would you believe in maybe a pantheist or I'm trying to think of the term. I just lost it. Is it panpsychism?
I don't know. You're the one.
Intelligence in everything.
I'm sorry. The question.
It's a theological.
I mean, like God is everything.
Hold on. In a sense, but it's a. Oh, goodness gracious. What is the. Hold on. Philosophical term. Well, let's just turn them on and ask them a question. That way I don't have to worry about my slow typing. Yeah, ChatGPT, what's the theological phrase for someone who thinks that there's intelligence and spirit in everything? Is it panpsychism?
Pantheism is close, but a more precise term you're looking for is panentheism. the idea.
So pantheism, panpsychism, where everything has God in it, and it seems to kind of do what you're saying, right? But it has a purpose, and it seems to be intelligently making decisions.
Why would it be a god at that point? It seems like it's just a natural phenomenon. In this model that you're describing, was there ever a moment where all of like the matter in the universe didn't exist?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I can't say for certain. I don't believe that there is a. I'm also of the opinion there can't be a beginning. Like if you start talking about the Big Bang, what was before the Big Bang, and that kind of just continues, begs the next question: before into the obvious natural infinite regression.
Yeah. Jesse, what religion or God concept do you believe in?
I am torn, to be honest with you. I think that we as humans pervert the idea through scripture and a lot of the things that we interpret incorrectly. I think that I have some Buddhist views that I really believe in. I have some Hindu views that I really believe in, and I have some Christian views that I really believe in. I believe Jesus was truly a sage, was a prophet in a way that was sent to enlighten the world. I think many of those marquee sages throughout history have brought information. Go ahead.
How did he enlighten the world?
Through his teachings. I mean, there are some very basic.
Which teaching do you think is enlightening?
Nonviolence. Kind of a.
He's the first one to say that?
No, but is it? I mean, if one teacher dies, shouldn't another one replace him? I mean, like people need reminding all the time.
Well, I can do that. Am I a great teacher?
Sure, you could be considered.
Oh, I'm on the same level as Jesus?
I didn't say that. You said that. I'm just saying that you can be. You can offer it. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what are the parameters to be a great teacher.
I mean, I would certainly
because he
say
also wants to like murder everyone who doesn't worship him, like brutally, which seems kind of crazy to me.
And can you tell me, conclusively or with absolute evidence that that's the case, that was not a misinterpretation?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. It just says so in Revelation 14, Luke chapter 19. It says it on like 5 different occasions in Matthew 25. He's literally going to send people into the flames to be tortured.
So let me ask you, I mean, this is really just a hypothetical that I'm proposing here.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think that there are some people, let's look at the entire scope or range of humans and the human experience that we have here. Wouldn't you say that some people, like these, what do they call them? The trank characters that like live in the Tenderloin in San Francisco that just walk around just constantly in a state of absolute agony where they're just all drugged up. Wouldn't you say that's a level of or degree of hell? Have you experienced it like a serious traumatic? Go ahead.
I don't know how you're using the word crank. However, what I can tell you is that, yeah, we experience horrible things on the earth. That's not what hell is.
Tango.
Hell is a place where people go that's full of fire and brimstone, and they're tortured in flames.
You don't think it's metaphoric?
No. Why would I?
How do you know that it's not metaphoric? I mean,
because
Jesus speaks in parables throughout the entire sermon.
Because we have hundreds of Jewish writings outside of the Bible that describe it even before Jesus ever mentioned it.
Okay. And you don't think it's possible that we... Right, but you're making a pretty strong, bold statement by saying that you are able to discern for everybody else what that says when many people interpret the Bible and any other scriptures quite differently. So for you to say that you can discern for everybody, I was just asking a very hypothetical question. Sure,
it's not a matter of discerning. It's just a matter of reading the words. Have you read about hell in even a single piece of literature outside of the Bible?
Sure.
What do you read?
Buddhism, about the
No.
I think it's
I-
9
In
rings of.
in in actual Jewish Christian literature, not Buddhism.
Well, you asked me if I believe what gods I believed in. I'm giving you my
I said,
unique interpretation
I said,
of existence
I
from
said
a human
hell.
perspective.
Obviously, I'm talking about the hell of the Bible. We're talking about the Bible hell.
Oh, outside of the, I mean, no, other than what people have written, sure. I mean, but they're also, that's a kind of a secondhand story from what somebody else has derived from what they've read about the Bible. So, I mean, it's all going to
Well,
be a
let me.
recycled analogous,
No,
right?
I'll read you some pretty traditional snippets, and even snippets that were handed out and passed around by the earliest Christians, from Josephus. It says, "Know therefore that the people shall be made subject to their enemies, and that thou and thy sons shall fall in the battle tomorrow, and thou shalt then be with me in Hades." So Hades, me is not Josephus. He's quoting somebody else. Hades is a really well-defined place in this time period. We know exactly what they mean when they say Hades. This isn't like a term that we need elucidating. And then in Antiquities of the Jew, chapter 18, it says, they also believe, this is now Josephus talking about some of the Jews, I think these are the ones about the Pharisees. They also believe that souls have an immortal vigor in them, and that under the earth there will be rewards or punishments according as they lived, virtuously or viciously, in this life. And the latter are to be detained in an everlasting prison, but the former shall have power to revive and live again. Where did Josephus get this idea from? Did he just invent it?
I think he probably interpreted it from what he's read through scriptures, from what other people have written. But when you said it doesn't need
Okay.
elucidating, I mean, you can sit here and talk about
Well,
all of the
it's not
Buddhists.
from Scripture.
No, but can I just make a
It's not
quick
from.
statement? You said it doesn't need
Well, it's not
elucidating.
It's not from Josephus's scriptures. Josephus read the Hebrew Bible. So this is a cultural phenomenon that is outside of the Hebrew Bible.
Okay.
There's no hell in the
So I
Hebrew
want to
Bible.
address
No
one
one's
quick thing real
getting
fast.
no one's getting thrown
I
into
don't want this to be
flames.
lost on the audience. I don't want this to be lost on the audience. You asked what were some of the teachings of Jesus. I had to look them up just to be in fairness, because I couldn't recall them immediately. But love your neighbor, right? Love your enemy. Forgiveness is a huge
Okay.
one. I don't think people carrying animosity or harboring hate for another person is a good thing. Compassion for the marginalized. Hypocrisy is dangerous. Peacemaking, generosity. The kingdom of God, even though you think it's fallible, is a great ideal to aspire to, right? These are all things that we have and share in the human experience that, even if it's completely fake and phony, they're good ideals. Like, it's a good idea to
I don't think
celebrate Santa Claus. Like, I do it with my kid,
I
and
don't
it's a
think it's a
wonderful
good idea
experience.
to I don't think it's a good idea to believe what Jesus believes. He believes that there's a
Why?
God
Who
that
are you
wants
the
to
arbiter?
viciously
Why are you
torture
the arbiter
you.
of what's good for
He
people?
believes that there's a vicious God. Do you know how many millions of people were murdered by the Roman Catholic Church?
I believe that I mean, it's the same as having some vigilante get wrong information. He hunts down the perpetrator and kills him. We're humans. We make mistakes. We do stupid things, right?
The,
You can't say that
the question
humanity
is
is
the
responsible
question is
for, or is
whether or
responsible,
not the
but
religion, whether or not Jesus' teachings are dangerous. That's the question.
those teachings that I just mentioned, there's nothing dangerous about those. The ones that I just
I didn't
mentioned.
say about. Well, first of all, I didn't mention those specific teachings. I said Jesus' teachings.
I did.
I
Right, no, I did.
didn't. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
addressing that.
Okay. Then what do you need me to do?
Answer my question.
Okay. What was
Do,
the
do
question?
you think that all of Jesus' teachings are benign?
Um, I'm not a biblical scholar, so I'm not smart enough to interpret as much as you are. I've watched you. I think you're pretty sharp when it comes to the Bible. I do believe that humans. I mean, I've watched hundreds of people give their interpretation of what they think, and they're all different, or not all different, but some version of different for them. So I can't say. I think the teachings that I adhere to. I mean, obviously, I have an internal conscience and compass that guides me through life, and I can discern what's right and what's wrong. Are those bad ideals to aspire to? Should we tell people, hey, listen, there is no God. You can go do whatever you want. You're free to kill and maim and rape and pillage and do all the bad things that I think religion concerts people
But
to adhere to.
Jesse, how is this answering my question?
I just answered it. I gave a concise,
my question
clear answer in the
was
beginning.
yes or no, you didn't. Do you think that all of Jesus' teachings are benign?
I just told you I'm not
I just need a yes or no.
intellectually inclined to give. Oh, it is. It does
You can say,
require.
well, you can say I don't know.
That's what I just said. If you need me to say just simply I don't know, I don't know.
That's
But
all
I don't want to
that's all I needed.
state.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to be combative. I'm trying to say, like, if I were able to have as much information as you do about the Bible and propose a good enough argument, a better way to put this is I've seen you debate with VOR. Do you appreciate his debating style? Do you guys get along? You seem to get along pretty well, right?
Yeah, we get along fine. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be a pretty good dude. How do you think he would answer that? He's a much more intellectually capable guy to philosophically wrestle with you. But I think that all the ideals that I'm promoting are great ideals. They're not bad. I think
tell you that Jesus' teachings are all benign, and then I would show him some, and he'd say, well, I don't have all the answers. That's what would happen. It's the same thing you're going to do, in fact. If I show you some of Jesus' teachings, you're going to be like, well, I don't fully understand that.
Bring him up. Let me see him again. You said Josephus, and I unfortunately, I'm not capable of recalling this as well as you are. So tell me what teachings Jesus himself from his lips, which apparently were not real because a lot of people disprove or not disprove, but disbelieve the Gospels, right? So let's hear it. What are the teachings that Jesus specifically gave that were not benign?
There's a bunch of them. I think from the top to the bottom, the worst of them is probably his concept of you must worship and follow me or I'll burn you alive forever. That's the worst. After that is probably this nonsense about having to follow the Mosaic law, which he absolutely
Show me where it says follow me or I'll burn you forever. Show me
it's
literally where it states I'll burn you forever.
Well, that's what hell is. Did you not?
So now it's an inference. Now we're talking about an inference, correct? You're expecting people to infer.
Burn you forever is what happens in hell. You don't know that?
I do know that. And I'm not being condescending as you are. I'm just being honest with you. I think there is a huge inference. You're discerning and being the arbiter of what other people are supposed to believe. That's what you're doing right now. And I'm telling you that, it's great if you're pitching just your ideals, but in reality, there is a very wide range of what people interpret burning in hell. That's what I was trying to explain to you a little bit ago. There's much. I would ask you a very specific question. Have you ever been in a tormenting situation? Honest question. Have you ever been in a situation where you felt mentally tormented?
What you're doing right now, you're saying, listen, I don't have to accept your teaching on hell because people have different opinions. That's great. Do you want me to prove why my opinion is true?
Sure, I would love to. I would love you to.
Fantastic. Okay, so Jesus knows what hell is. He refers to hell and Hades synonymously, and Gehenna. Do you think that the idea of hell was in a vacuum? Do you think that Jesus, when he spoke to his Jewish audience about hell, do you think they all understood what it meant?
Let's just say, yeah, sure. I think they understood what it meant. I'll say yes for right now.
Okay, so when Jesus says, if your right eye causes you to sin, tear it out and throw it away, for it is better for you to lose one of your members than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. What's he talking about? Why would it be better to pluck out your eyeball than to be thrown into hell?
I don't know, but I just did a quick search. Is there anywhere in the Bible that states Jesus claiming either believe in me or you will burn in hell forever? The short answer from my Google and ChatGPT search short answer is no. No verse in the Bible anywhere are those terms
I'll show it.
Exactly expressed.
I'll show it to you. Playing around with ChatGPT is not going to help you here. So try to stay like on the actual point. You wanted me to demonstrate what the Bible
Are you
actually
not
says
using
about
your
hell,
computer right now as well?
which
Hey,
is
are you not using your computer as well?
my hands are on my desk. No, I know these verses.
Well, okay, what, are you playing? Are you playing solitaire or something? Like you're looking at something, you're not looking at the computer,
My
or maybe.
screen is over. My screen's over here.
Okay. I mean, is it against? Am I
You,
not
you
supposed
realize
to be looking?
you realize
like,
I
when
you
you're
realize that
talking
I'm
about a
looking at my
multi-
screen rather than my camera, right? You get that? My camera's over
you're
there. My
talking about
screen's
now
over here.
currently a valued
You
at
you
multi-trillion
you
dollar piece
understand that,
of
right?
software that I'm using to research information, and you're
So you
telling me
don't.
that it's not great. I shouldn't do that.
Well, what I'm telling you is, one, you don't know how to use it properly. You're feeding it wrong questions, and number two, you misunderstood my statement, and number three, ChatGPT
No, I just
doesn't
went off the
know
question
dick
that you
about the
said.
Bible. No, you
I
didn't.
just went off what you said. Those were your verbatim. You said
Do you want me
that
to?
Jesus believed in
Do you want me to?
burn in hell.
Do you want me to
Was
prove
that
my
not
point
your
or not?
words? Were those not your words?
Do you want
sir?
me to prove my point or not?
I don't want this to devolve into some like condescending. I'm asking you very simple and direct questions. Was that what you said?
Yes,
Okay,
that's exactly what
did
I
a
said.
search.
And everybody,
Okay, if that
Jesse,
wasn't your
stop
intention,
fucking
I'm
talking
sorry.
over me. Jesse, stop fucking talking over me. This is every time you come up. This is how it ends. You get tickled and then you start talking over me. So you got to calm the fuck down. So everyone knows, anyone who's got a brain knows that when I say Jesus says you love me or burn, that's not an official fucking quote in the Bible. That's what the teaching means. If you look at Jesus's actual teachings, that's what it boils down to. I'm not saying that Jesus literally said love me or burn. He says something very close to that, but he doesn't say exactly that. So disingenuously going to Chat GPT and asking, did Jesus say love me or burn literally? It's just it's being silly. So do you want to engage in the actual point or not? You can unmute yourself, Jesse.
I was being respectful because apparently you got tickled and worked up. So, yeah, I mean, look, I know it's uncomfortable when somebody starts making salient points. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be combative
you
with
haven't
you.
made a salient point.
Sure, I have.
I'm still
Because
waiting.
you disagree with it doesn't mean it's less salient.
I'm
And you
still
talk
waiting
over
for
me all the
you
time. I know it's
to
your
answer
show, but
my
if you want
question.
equality, then
Well,
I was
I'm talking over
So
you
am I allowed to finish my
because
statement
you
or
can
no?
because
it's
you
your show. I
continue
get it. You
to
want to do
try to
that.
take
That's
over
your
the
prerogative.
show.
No,
It's
sir.
my
I'll be quiet.
prerogative to keep you on point. So again, I'll
I'm
ask you
on
the
point.
same question. Would you like to continue working through the talking point or not?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. So the first question on the board is, what is hell, right?
Lake of fire, burn, brimstone, yes.
And what happens there?
You're in torment. You burn. I mean, what I just said, those 4 words, are essentially a summarization of what you want everybody to hear.
Is that what the Bible says?
What do you mean? Is that what the Bible said? You just asked me to define or define what hell is, and I gave you a 4-word explanation of what hell was. And is that what the Bible says?
And
the Bible says words very similar to what I said.
No.
Fire, burn. No, it wasn't an answer.
There you go.
You said, okay.
There you go.
Perfect.
So the Bible teaches that hell is a place of burning and torment. We agree there, right?
Sure.
Cool. And how do you end up in hell according to the Bible?
By not believing in God.
And specifically who?
Jesus.
Gotcha. So if you don't believe in Jesus, you go to the fire and torment. Now, in order to be saved, as they say, it's not just good enough to believe, is it?
Is not just good enough to believe. No, I would disagree with that. I think you have to believe in. Go ahead.
James says even the demons believe and they shudder. Believing in Jesus is
not
not
qualify
the
my
goal.
statement, but yeah, you can't believe and go and rape and kill people. No.
Right. So what does it mean when Jesus says that you must be born of the water and the Spirit to enter the kingdom? What does that mean?
I'm going to try and summarize this so we can move past the point. Believe in God and act as if you believe in God, you'll go to heaven. How about that? Does that work and suffice for what you're looking for?
Yeah, I think that's probably okay. So you do have to actually obey Jesus's teachings, at least to some degree.
Okay. Can I ask you a question now?
So that was a question. Is that what you're suggesting, that you have to believe and behave a particular way,
My
right?
man, I'm not trying to be a dick to you, but you're a smart guy. You're way more intelligent than I am.
But
And I just said in
do you
4 words
understand?
exactly what
Do
you're
you
trying to
understand?
say.
I'm asking you simple questions because I just need simple answers. It's not
But you're
hard.
asking me to re-answer something I've already answered. Yes, believe in God and act as if you believe in God and act accordingly. Yes, that's basically the same thing that you just wanted me to answer. You've asked me
That
to answer twice
that
now.
didn't answer my question. My question is, what does it mean to believe and act like you are with Jesus? What does that look like?
Love your neighbor. Don't commit crimes. Don't murder people. Don't rape. Don't do bad things. Like we can actually umbrella that by saying don't do bad.
Sure.
But
And
you're here to tell me what bad is.
how much does Jesus tell you to love him?
I don't know. That's beyond the scope of my understanding of the Bible. You tell me.
Even more than your own family members. You have to devote your entire life to Jesus. In fact, Jesus says to one guy who wants to literally bury his father. In Jewish culture, it's like incumbent on you to properly bury your father, or your family members for that matter. Your burial was really important. Jesus says, "Fuck that. Let the dead bury the dead." He literally told a guy to disrespect his own father to come and follow him. He said, "Unless you're willing to give up everything, then you're not worthy of following me." That's crazy. So what that means is, if Jesus says you have to love your parents less than Jesus,
I just figured out
or
why
like
you want
you,
this to be about Christianity. I can't. I'm sorry, but it did. This is your.
it's
I've watched
crazy
you, and
that
you are very articulate. No, it's your
so you're
wheelhouse.
not gonna,
You're
you don't want
no, I
to
am,
engage.
but I haven't really talked much, so I'm trying to engage, but I don't want it to be less than one sided. I want to actually be able to pour some of my input. And you don't want that, and I understand that because it makes you uncomfortable.
Well, it doesn't make me uncomfortable. So I think your memory's bad. So what happened here was, I said that Jesus says you will love me or burn, and then you said no, and I said I'll prove it. I'm now proving it. Do you want me to finish proving it?
Can I make a statement? Just a very simple statement. No, what actually took place, since you're
Uh-huh.
questioning my memory, is I said verbatim to the computer what you said, being tongue in cheek or trying to be funny. And once you found out that
It's not
wasn't
funny.
actually true, you then modified your statement to say, "Well, I didn't actually mean
No,
that," because that's exactly what was
no.
said. Now, I
Anybody
modified
with
my search, right? Are
anyone
you going to
with
interrupt me,
even
or am I
two
allowed to
brain
talk?
cells, yeah, because you're fucking lying. So anyone with two brain cells knows that Jesus never literally said you love me or burn. That's obvious. It's stupid to even think that somebody who studied the Bible like me would claim that that's in the Bible. It's fucking crazy. So grow up. So I'm proving to you that the Christian message boils down to love me or burn. Do you want me to finish that or not?
Do you want this to be a one-sided argument? If you want, I can go on. You argue with yourself.
All right, I'm waiting for you to actually engage in the point that we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not Jesus'
I have.
message
I
is
answered a
love me or
question 3
burn.
fucking times for you, dude.
Great.
You
You
asked a
didn't answer
question
the
3
question.
times. I
That's
gave you
why
the
I had
answer,
to
and you
ask it
asked
three
again.
fucking times. So we're almost to the end. You want to hear the last point? Matthew
Sure, go
10,
ahead, bud.
37. Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. So if you're not worthy of Jesus, you're not worthy of the kingdom because you're putting your own parents in front of them, then what he's literally saying is, you must love me above all things or you're not worthy of me. This boils down to, you must love me or you will go to hell. Love me or burn. You figured out? You get it now?
Let me know when I'm allowed to speak, buddy. Are you actually asking me to respond, and are you
Like,
going to let me respond, or are you going to then talk? Yeah,
so
you're just going to talk
I
over me.
think it's
Hey, have a good day,
confusing
buddy.
for you because, like, when yeah, you just fucking run away like a coward. Yeah, when I ask you a question, that's your turn to speak, dummy. Okay. It's crazy how grown-ass men don't kn by the way, this is how every conversation with Jesse goes. It's crazy how grown-ass men don't know how to have conversations. It's wild. What a crybaby. Okay. I don't even know what to put in my notes. Let's see, wannabe Christian crashes out on what? A single claim about Jesus. Fair enough. Good for now. Well, we're fucking here now. We got the live stream going. Exciting. Star, thank you for the super chat. Says, did Bible used to say God with Asherah had sons? No, Bible never said that. Probably not even remotely close to that. Now, it is true that in history, Yahweh was considered to have a consort, and that consort would have been Asherah. It's hard to know when that came into the zeitgeist. It's not entirely clear. So we do have some inscriptions, like the Kuntalet Ajrud inscription that says, Yahweh and his Asherah. And then you've also got like the Ugaritic text. The Ugaritic text is a really interesting corpus where we see the god El, that's the high god, lives on the mountain where two rivers are sourced. And he has a consort that's named very similar to Asherah. And in fact, her name eventually gets, I don't want to say downgraded, but it gets kind of converted to the name Asherah at some point. So, I mean, we've got a lot of, we've got some data to suggest it. Also, there's a temple at Arad, a Yahwistic temple, where there were two standing stones, or you might refer to them as idols. There were two idols, one smaller than the other, which typically implies that there was a male god and a female god involved. So the archaeological data disagrees with the Bible in that most likely they believed that Yahweh had some sort of a consort, but it's not, entirely. Just think that the Bible once said that, I don't think would get us very far. I don't think the Bible ever actually said that. So, that's how I would answer that question. But there's a lot of good data out there. Check out on this particular topic of Asherah, check out John S. Day and William Devers. Both of them have written and spoken heavily on this topic, and I think you'll like them. Narcissa, my friend, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Good to see you. Help me, friends. Is so many of the callers Mansphere Baron Trump betas? And now that I don't know. Does Baron Trump have a following? Is that the case? Are there like people who really think that like Daddy Trump is gonna give way to like Baron Trump, and then Baron, like, does this be like a dynasty, like another one of the Bush dynasties? I hope we don't have another like dynasty. I personally don't believe in like dynastic leadership. I understand why people would vote, because they feel like voting for somebody with a particular name kind of like guarantees a particular outcome, like it's predictable. But I couldn't tell you. I don't know much about the Baron cult, so I can't help you out there. You know what I mean? Ethan says, "What do you think about the BGV theorem regarding an eternal universe?" Well, to me, first of all, it's silly. I mean, at least how Christians are using it, it's silly. For a couple reasons, but number one is they're using it as a proof that the universe had a beginning, which is problematic in itself. Because if that's the case, then premise number one is basically your conclusion, so it's begging the question. It's false right out of the gate. If your question is, does the universe have a beginning? And then the first premise is, if any universe has a, how do they word it? If any universe has, on average, been expanding from its starting point, or you could imply that if a universe has always been expanding, then it theoretically must have had a starting point. And on average just means, even though it might vacillate, it might expand and contract, the average over time is always expanding. Now, if that's the case, it's true that there's obviously the universe probably could have had a start, but it doesn't guarantee it. It could be possible that the universe was in a ball. It always existed in a ball for all of eternity. And then for some reason it decided to start expanding. That's certainly plausible. That's an outcome. But the reality is, if your claim is that the universe did have a beginning because of the BGV, well, the first premise of the BVG is basically, did the universe have a beginning? So you just can't use it um, in an argument form. You know what I mean? Furtive Batak, good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. So it's always fun when a caller isn't hiding the fact that they're just up here trying to soothe their own insecurities. Validation is greater than honesty, apparently. True. And you'll find it in a lot of these like woo-woo Christians, like the Christian wannabes, where like, I'm not really a Christian, but I kind of like Jesus. I kind of like the Bible. Now, there are people that are legitimately like that. Like they really do actually like the teachings of Jesus. They really do actually find some sort of comfort in the whole thing. But you can tell who's fake, who's like almost kind of trying to hide that they really are more Christian than they want to lead on. And you can tell it because they'll get uptight, they'll get mad when you criticize Jesus. Well, why? If you're only like quasi-Christian, why does it upset you when I tweak the Jesus in the book? Like I don't understand why that's a problem for you. So anyways, yeah, I would peg Jesse as being like just a heretic Christian, to be honest. But it's fun. He stops by, every couple months and crashes out, and he does it on everyone else's live stream. It's a good time. It just it keeps things real. Narciso with another $10 super chat. Thank you. Says, real time, please ask this incel his children's names. I don't know, actually. What I do know is that if he loves Jesus more than his kids, someone's got to call CPS because he loves somebody who literally thinks that you should stone your children. We didn't even get to that part. And Johnny Ring, thank you for the $20 euro chat or pound chat. Says, managed to catch the live stream. Justin causes more crash outs than the F1. Fucking A. It's like Talladega over here. That's what I'm talking about. I got 2 more super chats and we're going to get our next guest in here. This one's also from Narcissa. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, super chats apparently won't let me say things about veracity. Can't use the L word. I don't know which L word you're referring to, but I do know this. I do know that in the super chats there are some words that you can't use. I also know that I have set up a filter in the super chats. I don't want to say it's super heavy, but it's heavy enough that there are some words that you can't put into the supers, and the reason why is because the super chats. Remember, because I'm streaming also on TikTok. And so I have to make the super chats what we might say is, like TikTok friendly, if that makes sense. To not get my live stream taken down, because that is the unfortunate thing with TikTok is, you just have to be careful with your words sometimes. Hope that helps. And last one for now from our friend Genji. Genji, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. That is huge. Let's get 100 W's for Genji and 100 more for Narcissa. It says, after Assyria failed to breach Jerusalem, what do you think really went down in the aftermath? We know the Judeans got owned, but the failed siege of Jerusalem is quite interesting to me. So Genji, this is a good question. I think there's a number of psalms and a number of prophecies that arose at this particular time. So I think was Isaiah 35 was written around in here. Let's see, Isaiah 35. Yeah, Isaiah 35 seems to be referencing the fact that their people are going to be returning, but that might be about Babylon. Let me check 34. Actually, I know there's a special word that only shows up in this passage. I'll find it. Let's see which passage it was in. Oh, I apologize. I got the chapter wrong. That's on me. It's going to be Isaiah 33. And then there's another one similar to it in Isaiah 29. So 33 and 29 both seem to be written in the aftermath of them withdrawing. And we do also, there's good reason to believe that Isaiah 9 was written during that time period. I make a strong case for this in my book coming out later this year. That Isaiah 9 is written after the failed siege. We know that there were more incursions to come. But we know some of these because there at one point there was like 10 years almost between Assyrian sieges, and they really believed that there was a time of peace that had come upon them, and they wrote about it like, yes, the peace has come, and I think Isaiah 9 is one of them. Now this was written probably after the first incursion, where they left without conquering all of the northern territories, which is why I think this is about the birth of Hezekiah. It says, "For a child has been born, a son given to us, authority rests upon his shoulders." Well, what came right before this passage? Oh, he's talking about how the northern Israelites, those up in Zebulun and Naphtali, where the Syrians came in at, how they were degraded and in contempt in former times, but now they'll be glorious beyond the sea. Why? Because we've got this great king, and the warriors are defeated and whatnot. And so, yeah, I think that's those are a couple passages that seem to be plugged in during the Assyrian territory time frame. There we go, the Assyrian time frame, but not. It's hard to know exactly which portion. Like, was it exactly after the failed siege? There's some questions remain. And the last thing I'll say is Randy, let's get 1,000,000 W's for Randy in the house, sent out 50 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That is fucking huge, my friend. Monumental, gigantic. Thank you so much, Randy. That is preposterous. I really appreciate your support for the channel. It helps a ton. And big W for everyone who just got a gifted membership. Check out your membership perks. Get yourself a copy of the Deconstruction cheat sheet. And huge W, Randy. I appreciate that, bud. Damn, Randy's making these memberships rain out here. W, Randy. I don't know if I've seen somebody hand out as many memberships as Randy. Super, super, super generous. Super generous. All right, our next guest is going to be Talon, which is what we got here. And then after that, it looks like Clip. Okay, cool. We Clip next.
Yeah,
Talon Anderson, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, I can.
Cool. Talon, are you at least 18?
I am.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Cool. Which one?
The Christian God, specifically Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or also called Mormons. We've spoken before.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember speaking to somebody with the name Talon, but I couldn't remember the background. Let me check my list and see what we talked about last time you were up here.
We was the prompt.
I
was
assume
God,
I wrote it down.
Yeah, the prompt was like God is not good, and I gave a syllogism. But I think this is a very interesting prompt as well. I really appreciated the conversation. You're like an actually good faith interlocutor. I really appreciated that, so I want to start off with that.
Well, I try to be. Okay, so Talon, you had a syllogism last time you came. Did you bring another one?
I actually don't think there's a good syllogistic proof for this. I think that it's better to just, I think this is a claim that like God is fictional or real, that is a probabilistic claim. And I just think that it's more probable, it's probable enough God's existence to at least say God is not conclusively fictional.
I don't know exactly what you're trying to say. I think what you're asking or what you're positing is that you can't be positive beyond a shadow of a doubt that God doesn't exist. But that's not really my claim. I don't, as an atheist, I don't believe there is such thing as that type of knowledge, like the absolute certainty that something is or isn't true, unless it's like a mathematical proof. That's a little bit different. But like if you're asking like whether...
Sorry, that wasn't, I'm not saying that was your claim. So because I believe in a personal God, I think that proofs for God have to be personal, right? And this is very traditional along almost all Christian denominations, right? Like even Thomas Aquinas, after writing out all his logical arguments for God, he has a personal experience with God. And he says all these logical arguments were not nearly as compelling as the personal experience. But in the world that we're talking in, right, like in front of other people, making arguments for God, we can give arguments that either increase the credence of the hypothesis that God is real or decrease the credence. And I think there's enough reasons to increase the credence. At the very least, it'd be wrong to say that God is fictional with the evidence we have today.
What's the evidence that God is real?
I can give like 3 different large claims, and then you can tear them apart, whichever one you like. Is that all right?
Yeah. So we can do. I want to put bullet notes here. We'll do evidence number 1, evidence number 2, and we can go on from there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 3 best ones, at least from my perspective, are going to be first from consciousness, second from like rational deductions about the existence of the universe, and then
Wait.
third
What do you
would
mean
be
by
pragmatic truth. Oh, go ahead.
when you say the existence of the universe? Are you talking about like beginnings?
No, again, I'm LDS, so we don't believe that the universe had a beginning, right? We believe, as you just stated beforehand, in an eternal universe. I'm talking about like
Right.
hierarchical causation.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Mhm. So like,
Okay. And what's your
like, why is
third
there something rather
evidence?
than nothing? Preferred, um, the one that probably gives us, it really depends on which one you want to tear apart the most, right? And then the third one was from pragmatic truth, the idea of like truth is that which is useful in the world. So if something provides utility, it's good evidence that it is more likely true than false.
Okay.
It really depends on your philosophical priors on which one you might think would be most convincing, right? Like,
Okay.
if I could ask a question, maybe that'd help me narrow it down. Are you like a materialistic naturalist, or are you just like a naturalist? Or are you even that?
I would say I'm a naturalist, and even if God existed, I think I would still be a naturalist. I think if
Mhm.
God existed, he'd be part of what we consider nature. Nature is such a large umbrella term that it's
Mhm.
hard to conclude if the universe is eternal and God or gods are eternal. It just seems like God would be part of that nature. So when I say that I'm a naturalist, what I typically intend to imply is I don't think that there are metaphysical realities outside of the physical world. I don't think that there are non-physical entities. I don't believe in spirits. I don't believe in gods. Even things like fields, say like the electromagnetic field and things like that.
Mhm.
While they're not made of material. Like material is very specific. So I'm not a materialist, but they are still physical, right? So I would say I'm
Okay.
more of a physicalist than a materialist.
Do you discount mental states? Like, are mental states real? Do they have
They're,
reality?
I think they're physical. Yeah.
When you say physical, right? Like, maybe this is going down the argument from consciousness. Like,
Hmm.
when you say
Hmm.
that they're physical, do you mean that like I could reach inside your brain and like touch blueness?
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, we already do it with chips.
Yeah, I mean, you can have the construction, right? But you don't have the qualia, do you? Or do you believe that we actually have like physical access to qualia?
I have no idea what you think the physical access to qualia is. The microchips that are reading your brainwaves aren't experiencing qualia. Qualia is just what we describe, or the word we gave to how we experience the data that we're being fed from our senses. But qualia to me is it's not something that has some sort of an existence. It's just a definition or a word describing a process that our brains engage in.
Okay, so then maybe you would say that consciousness is illusionary, right? It's a illusion, like the self is an illusion. Or am
I would
I
say
misunderstanding?
I would say similar to qualia, I think consciousness is describing a process. I don't think it's describing a thing.
Okay. Well, okay, yeah, let's. Okay, so then I'll make the argument from consciousness, and then you can tear it apart however you like. How does that sound?
Sure.
Okay, so the argument is basically that mental states. You first have to agree that mental states have reality, right? Like I think, therefore I am. And if mental realities exist, like qualia, like existence, these exist as real processes, right? That are not strictly touchable, right? They're not tangible processes, but they flow like a river. If these exist, then it gives you much more credence to believe that there is a larger mind out there of which makes up everything else, right? And that larger mind
Well,
would be given the attribution of God.
well, I don't think that they exist. I don't think that consciousness is a thing that exists. I think that consciousness is what we call our brain interacting with the world. It describes our experience, or the process of experience, but it doesn't describe a thing, at least not in my worldview. And the other thing I would say to that is, even if it was true that our brains were able to engage in some sort of metaphysical, non-physical conscious reality, I don't have a good reason to believe that it came from like a mastermind as opposed to evolving out of an eternal universe. If the universe is eternal, then it stands to reason, as long as the probability of consciousness arising isn't zero, then it would be inevitable to happen, with or without a god.
Okay, so a few things there. First, I would have to say that the conception of first, there's a big hard problem of consciousness. So I studied neuroscience in school, and there is a hard problem of consciousness where you can't directly, you can correlate brain activity with experience, but there's no way for me to get inside the head of another person to know what they are experiencing, right? There's an assumption I have to make there, and it's an unprovable assumption. That's what the hard problem of consciousness is. A good example of this is like if I look at a tree and I see the color green, and you look at the tree and see the color green, our greens, we have no way to know whether our greens are the same qualia, the same experience. In fact, because I'm colorblind, I know that my qualia are different than your qualia because we can do some tests to kind of figure that out. So this means that there's an unbridgeable, hard problem of consciousness where if you just give me the material inputs of the brain, I would not be able to predict the experience that comes out. I'd be able to predict some things, but I wouldn't be able to predict specifics. And that's the first thing. And then the second thing would be, you made the point that if like this argument doesn't get you all the way to God, the reason it does is because this is a common Christian idea called like the body of Christ, that all believers form the body of Christ. Basically, God would be a higher mental state than our lower mental state. And because there's more than one mental state, they can sum to the higher mental state.
But why would we think that there's a higher mental state?
Why would we think there's a higher mental state? Maybe I didn't. Okay, maybe this is a good flaw in my argument. Maybe I need to define more rigorously what it means to be like a larger or smaller mental state.
You know about the brain scan projects, right? Where they do a scanning on brain. They can actually detect what color you're thinking about using brain scans.
Yes, they can. But what they can't do is they can't connect it to qualia. So your green is actually different.
Again, I don't think qualia exists.
Well, then how do you account? Okay, then how do you account for the difference between a colorblind person and a person who's not colorblind in terms of qualia? Like, if you don't think qualia exists, then what's going on there?
Oh, it's easy. Your brain is interpreting the signals differently, or you've got like a lack of the proper hardware, right? So the way we see is, photons hit our eyeballs, and we've got rods and cones and whatnot that have to receive the photons, and they get turned into neurological signals. And sometimes your hardware doesn't work, so you might not be able to detect every wavelength, or sometimes it might be that the way your eye is just designed from birth is that it only accepts particular wavelengths. Some people, even though they can see color, there are some colors they see better than others, right? So it's really just a matter of, can your eyeballs accept particular wavelengths of photons, and does it have the mechanical mechanisms to interpret them? That's it.
Okay, but then how do you bridge that gap? You're like a experienced fictionalist, right? You think that our experience is fictional, it's not real. Did I hear you right saying that?
Can you tell me what you mean by not real? Like, what do you mean by experience?
Yeah, so it seems like we're having a first-person conscious experience. Like, I see things, the colors have a certain flavor to them. Like, I feel my body, right? Like that first-person sense of feeling. That's what I mean by experience. Qualia is what I'd call it.
That's just what our brain is doing. It's not a thing, it's a process. Same thing like science. Science isn't a thing, it's a process you engage in.
But you wouldn't then say science is a fiction, would you?
No, it's not a thing. You can't be a fiction. It's not something that has a truth value.
I mean, that's a pretty narrow definition of truth. At least we don't colloquially talk about truth that way, right? A lot of people would say that science.
Well, if we're talking about fiction, we're asking, does it exist? right? The proposition, does it exist, has a truth value. If we're asking,
Mhm.
does science exist? Well, you're making a category error. Science isn't a thing. Science is just something that people do. You can say it exists as long as one person on the planet has ever done it. I guess you could say that.
Would you ever okay, but then would you have to say that like consciousness doesn't exist?
Again, consciousness is the process that our brains are producing right now. Consciousness isn't a thing that exists. Why would I think that consciousness is some sort of thing?
Yeah, I actually think that it is much more epistemologically proven. Consciousness is more real than like material reality, right? Material reality is full of
What's the argument
heuristics
for
and
that?
illusions. Yeah, I'll give it to you. Material reality is filled with a whole bunch of heuristics and illusions, right? So, like, tables aren't actually a thing called a table. They're made up of subatomic particles. And those subatomic particles are not actually particles. The word particle is just a metaphor. They're actually just quantum waves, right? And there's indeterminacy, and there's a whole bunch of other things, and we can't handle that as human beings. So we put the heuristic of the word table, and it's a useful fiction that we use to talk about the material world. But we don't have to do the same thing for our conscious experience, right? I don't have to make allusions to a whole bunch of heuristics, useful lies, in order to describe my feelings, right? Or to describe what my eyes are seeing, right? I have direct access to my perception, where I have indirect access to the physical world.
That didn't. I don't know if that explained anything. Not for me, at least.
Okay. Do I need to tighten it up?
No, I understood your words. I just don't know what it has to do with consciousness.
Yeah, I would say consciousness is epistemologically prior to physical reality, meaning that
Why would we think
consciousness
that?
is more real than like a table. For the
Why
reason I
would
just
we think
gave,
it's
right?
more real? Why would
You
we?
have
Well, that
direct
wasn't a good reason
access.
then.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. My bad. We
It's
have
okay.
direct access to our conscious experience. We only have indirect access to the world of like the quote unquote real world, right? This is Kantian's critique of pure reason.
Do frogs have consciousness?
I would say so.
Do you have access to it?
Do I have direct access to frog consciousness? No.
Yeah. Well, how do you know they have consciousness?
I just infer it, right? I actually don't believe that frog consciousness is as real as my consciousness, right?
Why?
Obviously, I would say
When you
mine
say
is.
real, real just means that like it exists in reality. How could, if frogs have consciousness, how could it be less real than our real consciousness?
Because there's no such thing as like a binary existence, right? Existence has to exist on a spectrum. We can even infer this from quantum physics, right? Even quantum particles don't have absolute existence, right? They have a probability distribution of existence.
What does that have to do with consciousness? Why would we think that consciousness in one entity is more real, given that real just means that it exists?
Because you have
Unless you want to use a
greater...
different word than real.
No, I'm using real here to mean like is more likely to be true, right? Like I don't have epistemological certainty.
That's not how I was using it. Sorry.
Yeah, my bad. Maybe we're just using it differently, right?
So
I can be more sure that it's real. That's probably the best way to say it.
Would a frog be more sure that their consciousness is real?
If I were a frog, I might be able to say that. I can't say that because I'm not a frog.
Okay, so it seems like all of us are just interpreting the world through processes happening inside of our brain, and that process is what we're calling consciousness. I don't have a reason to believe that a frog has a consciousness, but I do know that frogs engage in similar behaviors as human beings because they have similar senses.
I would agree with everything you just said with only one caveat. I would just say you don't have as good of reasons, right? Like you have some reasons to believe frogs have consciousness, but it's not as sure as your own conscious, right?
Why?
Because you have direct access to your own conscious, but indirect access, like inferring to all the.
Oh, you mean me as a person? If I hadn't done any scientific legwork, you would say it's more, I don't know, probabilistic. You would say you'd be more sure that I had a consciousness. Yeah, I would be more sure that I had a conscience because I was the one making the decision, or theoretically the one processing it.
Exactly. Yeah, and this is the reason why my
Okay,
argument.
so
this is why it's an argument to increase evidence for God.
But
because
but
it
this isn't an
prioritizes.
argument for whether or not consciousness is more real. This is an argument for whether or not I have a better claim of consciousness on myself versus somebody outside of myself because of my access to knowledge.
I'm gonna just have to disagree because when you use reality here, right? I'm assuming we're probably crossing wires because we have a different metaphysics, a different idea of what reality actually is, right? And I think that consciousness is part of, or sorry, I think that like your idea of reality has to conform to your way to know about it, right? Like you're not positing like an unknowable reality that you believe in, are you?
No, I'm just using like the word real in the same way the dictionary uses it. It just means something that does in fact exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I
Okay,
would say
so
based on the logic. Oh, go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out here, why would we think that there's a consciousness that exists as opposed to just our, our processing units, our meat computers doing a whole bunch of work?
Because the way you get to the idea of a meat computer is indirect, where it's direct to get to your conscious experience. That's why.
So what? So how you arrive at your conclusion is meaningless. The question is whether or not the conclusion has got truth value.
I mean, I disagree because I would say that it matters a ton how you get to your conclusion, right? So if I do a scientific study to find out if there's like unicorns on the other side of the moon, and I do my study and find out that no, and another person says, wait, in a dream I saw the moon, I saw unicorns on the moon, right? I'm going to trust the scientific method to get to the truth more than I'm going to trust the dream.
Yeah, I'm going to trust the process. I'm going to trust the process, not the feelings. When you say like we instinctively know just because we're conscious that we have, I don't know, qualia or consciousness, I don't think that's true. I don't think it's instinctive, not to me.
Wait, what kind of consciousness are you saying that it's not? Like when you say instinctive, what do you mean?
I don't believe that it's evident in like my brain that we have a thing called consciousness. I didn't intuit that. What you're suggesting is that we naturally intuit that we have consciousness because we are the conscious agent. But you're kind of smuggling terms. When you say consciousness, it means something different than when I say it. I'm saying, yeah. My intuition is that we have consciousness, but not the kind that you're talking about.
Maybe I should clarify what I mean by consciousness. Consciousness is what it is to be like something, right? So we can imagine like consciousness absent memory. We can imagine consciousness like blind people are conscious. People with brain disease, losing their memory, patient HM, he was conscious. All right. This is what I mean by consciousness, what it's like to be something, the qualia that come in. Do you have a different definition?
Well, again, I don't think qualia comes in because I don't think qualia exists. That's my point here. So I'm just trying to figure out, why would I think that a consciousness has an ontology in the way that you think it does, as opposed to it's just a word to describe our processes, our brain computer?
Because we can be more sure of its reality than anything else in the world.
No, I'm not. I'm more sure that it doesn't exist. I'm sure that my brain exists, but I'm not sure at all. I'm sure the opposite direction, that consciousness exists.
Now, I don't want to do like a lame linguistic gotcha, but when you use the word I, it sounds like you're describing an entity that is conscious, right? So even saying that I'm not sure I'm conscious sounds like a contradiction, right? Unless you explain what you mean.
You just used the word correctly. I am conscious. That's describing like a process or a state, not a noun. Yes, I believe that my brain is working and that it is doing the thing that we describe as consciousness. I don't believe that there is a thing called consciousness that just happens to be inside of my brain from some sort of metaphysical source.
There's just like a lot of assumptions, right? So I think what you're doing is you're just kind of like, and sorry, I don't mean to be rude here. I'm just like talking out loud. I'm sorry, I'm just talking a little bit bluntly. It sounds like you're assuming that consciousness is brain dependent, right? Where I'm saying that consciousness is epistemologically prior to things like scientific observation.
I would need like an actual like argument for that. Like just because
Um,
something comes prior doesn't mean that its nature is what you think it is, right? So if my brain is doing things before I engage in scientific method, that doesn't mean that it's somehow related metaphysically to your claim. It just means that there's a process and the process can't be reversed. I can't do science when my brain isn't working.
yeah. So I would give like three
So
different philosophers that would give this logic, right? I'm obviously not going to be able to explain in like 10 minutes the arguments that lay out in entire books, but Kant's Critique of Pure Reason posits that that your first person experience is metaphysically prior, like the world. We only have the world of appearances. We don't have the noumena, right? We only have access to the phenomena. And then there's Descartes. Descartes, I think, therefore I am. Same thing. And then even Friedrich Nietzsche, he has very similar ideas, skeptical of putting the ontological priority of empiricism over experience, like direct experience, right? Like, do any of those
none of
arguments,
that's
like, how do you
meaningful
feel about
for
those?
explaining why you think consciousness is like has an existence outside of what the brain is processing. Let me ask you a question. When you say
ahead.
consciousness, what do you give me some what's the word I'm looking for? Give me some descriptions of consciousness. How would you describe it? What are the adjectives? What does it do?
Yeah, it's being, it's feelingness, right? So it would be like the greenness of green or the blueness of blue or what it feels like to run your hands underneath water, right?
And you
Sorry,
think that
so
that
what?
exists outside of the brain?
I think that it is epistemologically prior to my belief in a brain. Yeah.
Have we
When I
ever
say it's,
observed consciousness outside of a brain?
um, you can't observe consciousness outside of your own brain, right? You can't get out of your own head. That's Kant's entire
Has
point. That's
yeah, but
Descartes'
has
entire point. You can't get out of your own head.
I'm sure, but that doesn't answer my question. Have human beings ever
No.
observed consciousness outside of a brain? Okay. So we've got a lot of
Materialistically
priors that
speaking,
would suggest
yep.
that consciousness is in the brain.
Materialistically speaking, I have no reason to even believe that you are conscious, right? Like that's called solipsism, right? I don't
I
have
know about
any
solipsism.
compelling reasons to believe that you're conscious, right? But I make a logical inference that you are conscious because I'm conscious and you appear to be conscious, right? So my ideas about other
I don't
people's
know
consciousness are
what
not
hard
ideas I
solipsism
hold
was going
as
to gain
strong.
you here. I have no idea why that's
Do
relevant.
you mind if I give a reason?
Go
It
for it.
seems like you're assuming that reality has to be this one physicalist way, right? Like physicalism
No,
is true,
I'm not.
and
I'm literally
because
asking you for the proof of your claim. Your whole claim is that
uh,
consciousness exists independent of the brain, and I'm waiting for one fact or piece of evidence that would demonstrate that to be true, and I haven't heard it. And until I hear evidence for this claim, then I'm stuck with the natural conclusion that evidence or not evidence that our brain is the thing producing the consciousness because we can manipulate it, we can read it, we can see that the things that have consciousness always have brains or some sort of neurological processing units. So I think just from a numbers standpoint, I would need some good evidence to suggest that consciousness or intelligence can exist without some sort of processing unit.
I actually think that's a really good question. I actually wrote my undergrad. I mean, granted, it was an undergrad thesis on it. But basically, every single evidence we have for how consciousness works, we do it through LSD studies, we do it through near-death experience studies, and through traumatic brain injury studies. And there's a negative correlation between brain activity and the experience of expansive consciousness. And this is most borne out in the psychedelic studies. As people go on psychedelics, you would assume that their brain lights up and it goes crazy and it causes all these psychedelic experiences. It's actually the other way around, right? Your brain calms down and then you have the more expansive conscious experience.
What do you
Also
think
traumatic brain
expansive
injury.
means?
These are descriptive terms, right? So because I can't get inside someone else's head, right? I have to rely on what they tell us, right? And those are the words that the participants in the studies use.
Right, but when you say like when you're talking about the thing it being more expansive, what does that mean? Are you just talking about over like raw numbers of brain activity, like raw measurement? What are you talking about?
Oh, no, as brain activity decreases, the people who are undergoing lesser brain activity through the psychedelic, they are experiencing or claim to experience high, like more consciousness, right? They get like it's less like sleep, right? They feel more like they're alive, right? And we can use an
Mm-hmm.
analogy here for us, right? When you go to sleep, it feels like your consciousness is kind of on pause, right? So it's the opposite of what it's like to sleep.
Depends on how much you're sleeping or how deep you're sleeping.
No, I just use it as an analogy, right? The studies don't talk about sleep, right? The studies just report what the users of the substance are saying.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't understand how that's related. Like I get that there's some brain activity that's gonna like hit the off switch. Their brain's not shutting down. You don't need
No,
all
no,
of your
as their brain,
brain activated in order to do things.
um,
What you're suggesting is that people have these unique expansive experience while like their brain activity is decreasing. Well, the same thing happens when
mhm.
like when you're asleep.
um, depends on what cycle of sleep you're talking about. Well, in the cycles of sleep where we dream, we have increased brain activity, right? There's the N sleep,
Compared to
like
when you're
N1,
awake,
N2, N4, and then REM sleep. Those are different. Sometimes, yeah,
compared to
it
when
can
you're
be
awake.
more. REM sleep, you can
So,
have
but
more
not
brain
not
activity than
usually,
REM when you're awake.
but not
Sorry?
usually,
Like four
but
times a
not
night,
usually, I assume.
typically 4 times a night.
So it peaks, it goes in waves.
Yes, when you're sleeping, your brain activity goes in waves. Yeah.
Sure, there you go.
So this
And,
would just be
and
if you
is he
assume.
saying that? Are you saying that brain activity is higher while dreaming than when you're awake?
At certain points when you're
That's
dreaming, yes, and
basically
other points, no.
No.
that's
Right.
basically kind of what he's saying. But Ems, I have to use the restroom. I'm going to let you talk the brain stuff since you're the doctor. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, which could you point me to anything that would say that at any point of sleep your brain activity is higher than points when you're awake?
Certain experiences of REM sleep, right? So about like typically 4 times a night, you'll
Like
go
what?
through N1, N2, N3, N4, and then
Uh-huh.
you'll go into REM, right? Rapid eye movement.
And REM sleep, your activity is still lower than when you're awake.
Your physical activity, right? Because there's the inhibition, right? That's what sometimes causes sleep paralysis, right? There's the inhibition of the spinal
I'm
cord.
talking about brain activity. I'm not talking about inhibiting the spinal cord. Your brain
Yeah, I wouldn't say
activity
that there's.
while in REM sleep is lower than when you're awake.
Um,
What point is it higher?
No, I would say normally you're right, right? But the only point I was making is that, yeah, that's true during N1 through N4, but during REM sleep, you can have more brain activity than when you're sedentary and awake.
Could you show me anything that says that during REM sleep your brain activity is higher than when you're awake?
Do you want me to like look up a study? I can hop
Yes.
on my computer real quick.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
While I'm looking this up, do you dispute also the psychedelic studies? Like, do you want me to find those as well?
No, because I
No,
don't know enough about that. So
I was disputing your explanation for it, because like the scientific literature certainly isn't going to suggest that your explanation is the cause of it.
I should probably isolate what the science, like these are very recent studies because LSD only recently could be studied in bulk. Um, and these studies are the ones I should be clear about the claim, right? As brain act like these LSD-like molecules, they decrease brain activity, right? That's the claim. And then people who report under the influence of LSD, they report having heightened awareness, right? Not lower awareness like you would expect under lower brain activity.
But what does
Uh,
awareness have to do with it?
could we have,
Awareness is like
just thinking,
what you would call a feeling. What we're trying to figure out is whether or not the brain itself has more or less processing happening, and is there a good cause for that would warrant a belief in a consciousness being like in control of it?
and before we
I
get
would-
into that, can you just reference the thing that says that during REM sleep you have higher activity than when awake?
Wait. I happen to go through all my old slides. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
It says here, higher brain regions constantly predict and constrain incoming sensory information. Psychedelics weaken these top-down predictions, allowing more bottom-up sensory information and unusual associations to influence perception. So, yeah, some parts of your brain turn off and some turn on. I don't see what this has to do with having an external consciousness.
Yeah, these are not proofs. This is evidence. You wouldn't expect that. You would not expect that result if you
think you
just
would.
thought that. No, because you would expect that it would ramp up brain activity.
Why?
But it doesn't. It ramps down.
Why would I expect
because
that?
you would assume that more brain activity leads to more conscious experience, right? Like that would be a gross
No.
assumption that you would make.
You grossly misused those words. Just because you're having an interesting psychedelic experience doesn't mean that you're having more consciousness. You can't have more
Wait, why?
consciousness than what's in your brain. You're either conscious or you're not.
Wait.
Like,
Then we are using.
You can say I'm
consciousness
experiencing. You can say I'm experiencing something I haven't experienced before, but that doesn't mean that it's more consciousness.
Okay, then this
You know
actually
what you
clarifies a lot of things.
could tell, and I think you could also bring up those studies and show us the wording that was used, and if they were given a survey.
They were given, if I remember right, they were given in a survey. Which one are you referring to? You're referring to
Like
the psychedelic.
the LSD, yes, because like the words you're using are very subjective to the person. Like, what does it mean to say that you're feeling more alert, or feeling more awake, or feeling more conscious? It doesn't tell you much. Like we would have to. Could we see the actual methodology they used to determine, or actually the questions they asked the participants?
Yeah, I can for sure try to find that one.
Because that would be better than just like going back and forth on something that when we don't even know the wording that was used.
And I think I do need to clarify. I think I found one. Okay, I haven't read this one through, so I'm not 100% certain if this is the exact same one, but I think this is it, just from reading the at a glance.
So
maybe it's
I'm
it. I
looking
actually
right
don't
now
specifically-
at the brain scans. I'm looking at some of the brain scans during psychedelics, like PETs, MRIs, or fMRI, and it's not suggesting what you're suggesting. It says there are certain functions like metabolism and blood flow that decrease, and that brain activity controlling it decreases, but then there's an increase in neurological firing and excitation in the cortical neurons, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and wait, can you double check on? Can you send me that one? Because I think those might be an increase in inhibitory neurons. Are they an increase in GABAergic neurons?
I don't know anything about GABAergic neurons.
Are they? Does it say whether they're inhibitory or excitatory?
There's two. Well, there's 3 studies, but 2 of them are by the same person.
Okay.
Actually, you only need these 2. It's Carton Harris, RL, and it's neural correlates of the psychedelic state and as determined by fMRI. That's probably the one.
Yeah, and I should have said this earlier. I've tried to multiple times. These are not proofs, right? They are just evidence pointing in a direction, right? So just be clear. I'm not talking. These are like 100% proof. This is just evidence in this direction, right? Because we don't know. The hard problem of consciousness is still unbeaten.
But I understand. But my point is that your explanation for these things is less expected than like what the medical research says. That there's something that it seems to be implausible, never detected before, that is causing this behavior, as opposed to like pretty rational answers that are explained through natural explanations, which is how just about everything's explained. It seems like you have a lot of priors that you need to overcome.
Wait, I would never say that this was like I would never say that this was something that we've never seen before, right? We've been doing fMRI data for a long time, right? The only
didn't say
thing I said
fMRI.
was no, you're right. I didn't say
Yeah, Justin,
fMRI, right?
I'm gonna send
I
you
just
a link. Can you open up?
I just said that I didn't make the claim that this was something like this was a new innovative measuring way of doing things, right? It wasn't a new innovative experiment methodology. It was just giving people LSD and then reading their brain waves, and then also reading their brain through an fMRI, and then
But that's
giving
not
them questionnaire
my
afterwards.
point. My point is not that this experiment's new. My point is we've never seen a consciousness outside of a brain. That's my point. Whereas we have seen consciousness deriving from brains.
That's actually my exact point as well, right? I don't think that we can ever get outside of our brain, right? And that's why I make the claim that I do, right? I don't think it's possible to get outside of your own mind, right?
Can you pull up the link I sent you,
You're trapped
Justin?
within your mind. Your perceptions are colored by your brain state, right? And because of that, your perceptions are more likely true, right? Or you have more epistemological certainty in those than you do in this idea of an objective outside world that you have access to, because you don't have access to the objective outside world. And that's what this study was bringing up. Basically, the idea was if you think that consciousness is just brain states, you would expect that reducing brain activity, you would expect grossly that reducing brain activity would decrease conscious awareness or whatever people report as consciousness, but instead they reported the other way.
Talon, you weren't listening to what I said. Somebody reporting how they feel has nothing to do with having more consciousness.
Then this is maybe we're disagreeing on what consciousness means. Why? Why do you say that?
Because consciousness needs, if you're saying more is a quantitative word. How do you determine what is more or less? Just by feels? I feel like I have more consciousness. I feel like I have less. Is that it? Is that your Bayesian analysis? Just feelings?
Is it okay if I answer with a question? I know it's really bad manners to answer with a question. But like, do you feel less conscious when you're falling asleep, or do you feel more conscious when you're falling asleep? Because that's the way I'm trying to use it.
While I'm falling asleep, I think you're talking to the wrong person for that question. In fact, Ems and I are insomniacs. My level of consciousness almost never shuts off. I have to take medication to shut it off.
Oh, but does the medication make you like feel less aware, less conscious?
Yeah, because as it turns out, our consciousness can be altered by medications that physically touch what you're calling consciousness, because consciousness isn't metaphysical. It's just a process our brains are engaging in.
Well, remember, I actually really appreciate that answer, right? So you're able to your earlier point, you're able to determine subjectively more and less consciousness, right? Sleep is a good example of this. So there's at least
awareness.
Some evidence here.
So it's more or less awareness.
That's fine.
When you say consciousness, I don't know if we're less conscious. What I can say is the parts of your brain that make you aware of things, I would say turns off.
If you want to substitute every time I said consciousness for the word awareness, I mean, that's probably good enough, right? That's probably 90% overlap of what I mean by consciousness.
Okay.
So because of that, we can have like a subjective scale of more and less aware, and like we have more awareness when on LSD and all these other psychedelic experiences, and it decreases brain activity, right?
So, but do you think that people? Do you think that people who how would I say this? Do you think people with severe learning disabilities have less consciousness?
Depends. No, I wouldn't be able to say a blanket statement like that. I wouldn't be able to say that, right? It would really depend.
How could you tell
the experience? I could infer, right? I would only be able to infer. I wouldn't be able to know 100%, but I would infer based off of like where the damage to their brain is, if you're talking about brain damage, or where the developmental disorder is, if you're talking about developmental disorder.
Why would brain damage change your consciousness. If consciousness is what's like what's happening, like is being driven by something outside of your brain that's just interacting with your brain, it's weird that like your brain being slightly different or taking medication would completely alter your personality, your consciousness, your abilities even.
Yeah, I think that's a really good objection if we shared the same metaphysics, right? If physicalism is true, that objection does stand, right? But I think that consciousness disproves physicalism, right? You at least have to have within your
I
conception
don't
of
think so.
reality something that accounts for us not just being philosophical zombies, right? Like physicalism doesn't explain why we're not philosophical
Well, I
zombies.
think we are. So
Oh,
I mean,
wait,
you
so
could have started by asking if
maybe
I was like, if I think that the brain is just a meat computer and that everything is already like predetermined through determinism, and I would lean pretty heavily towards yeah. I
oh, I'm
think
not making
I
the
think the
determinist
choices
versus
we make
non-determinist.
are actually somewhat illusionary, right? So if our brains are just these big meat computers processing information coming in and out, then I don't really have a good reason to think that there's a metaphysical part. So
Yeah, this is
again,
why I asked at the beginning.
I just don't think consciousness is outside of the brain. I still would need some kind of evidence to suggest it, and I don't think that these LSD studies or whatnot are good evidence for it because there's perfectly good naturalistic data in here explaining why this is happening, and it doesn't have anything to do with metaphysical consciousness.
Yeah, this is why I asked at the beginning whether or not you thought consciousness had reality to it. And maybe I totally misinterpreted your response. I thought you said that there was some reality to it. So that's why I assumed you didn't think physicalism 100% true. I thought that there might be something that has to do with mental states that's also real under naturalism, right? Maybe I misinterpreted the
Well,
beginning of this conversation.
maybe we did kind of touch on that, but what I said was that when I say consciousness, it's what the brain is processing, what the brain is engaging in. It's not a thing that I think exists metaphysically.
So you like also discount, so if it doesn't exist metaphysically, like how do you account for your first person experience, right? If it doesn't have any ontology of itself, like are you an illusion?
What do you mean by you? Like the atoms that make
Your
up my body?
awareness. Your awareness. No, not the
My
atoms, right? Your awareness, your
my
mental
my awareness
reality.
is my awareness is my brain processing data.
Yeah, but you don't see into your own brain and see the computation, right? Like you have a first
But you
person experience
can.
mediated through your eyes and mediated
Yeah,
through
but
your like
we
sense of
can do
self.
that. Yeah, but we can do that
Not
on
on
other
yourself.
people's brains. The fact that so what? The fact that I can't do it on my own brain is a useless data point. I would die if I cut my own head open.
So we're at like a disagreement that's like even deeper than the evidence, right? Like we're disagreeing on what is possible to be real, right? I think it's possible that mental states have reality, right? And I just think you don't think that's possible. Am I right in
No,
saying that?
I don't think
Yes.
it's not a matter of possibility, it's a matter of evidence. So
I guess on the topic
in
of
the study, in the study, is there a part of it you want me to pull up?
maybe go to Control F and then fMRI.
Okay, yeah,
Real
give me
quick,
one
while
second.
you're looking that up, can I just like add in one thing here? Is that okay?
Mhm.
Like evidence
Yeah,
doesn't
yes.
prove metaphysics because metaphysics is by definition beyond physics, metaphysics. So like science
Yes.
is metaphysics agnostic, right? Science works whether you're what I am. I'm probably closer to idealism. You're probably closer to physicalism. I think idealism is a better explanation for my first person experience, where you think that physicalism is. But there's no study that can disprove physicalism or disprove idealism because it's by definition beyond physics, metaphysics.
So, I guess, how would you? I'm curious since you said that you don't think consciousness is physical. How do you, how would you explain? And I'm going to give you an example for you to explain. How would you explain physical things affecting your brain, like on the topic of sleep, hypnotics?
Yeah, so I'm an idealist, right? I probably get closest to idealism. That's not like that's not rigorous, right? But just in laity speak, I believe that everything has mental reality and that the physical world arises from mental reality. Right? I think it's a more parsimonious way to explain consciousness along with explaining the material world.
So, are you saying that the physical effects arise from the consciousness?
Yes, exactly.
So, could you please explain that using, for example, GABA modulators on the effect
Yeah,
of
what's
sleep?
the mechanism
How
here?
would that work?
If I remember right, GABA modulators are the things that reduce GABAergic transport. Am I getting that right? So it reduces inhibition. So basically,
So I'm talking specifically about positive allosteric modulators, like for example, Z hypnotics, or a more known drug would be like benzodiazepines.
Oh yeah, antidepressants. Okay.
Yeah.
So those
And
chemicals are made
those are
up
specifically
of,
hypnotics.
yes, those
We use them as
chemicals are
anxiolytics. So
okay. So those molecules, if you zoomed in on the molecule, you would have the quarks,
yeah.
and the quarks are part of a quantum field, and that quantum field reduces to something mental, right? So that's how it would, right? So the GABAergic modulator is just a complex of mental realities that then interact with
Wait,
the complex of mental realities that is your brain, and then modify the complex of mental realities that is your brain.
wait.
And
Are you saying that
why do mental
are you saying
reality?
that consciousness is giving rise to the fundamental particles, or the
Yes.
fundamental
that's
fields that
idealism.
give rise to particles?
No, it's that the fundamental fields are at bottom, right? Idealism is a form of reductionism. At bottom,
So the
it
source.
comes from mental reality, right? Mental reality perceives.
Why would we think that mental reality is producing the electromagnetic field or the electron field or any other field?
Because we have this experience of consciousness, and it's unexplainable under physicalism. Therefore, the most parsimonious way of
It's
saying
not.
it is the physical arises from the mental rather than the mental from the physical.
It's not unexplainable. What's the mechanism? What's the mechanism that causes fields to arise from consciousness?
Before I can answer that question, I need to know what you mean by consciousness, right? So when I'm talking about consciousness, I'm talking about like the fundamental reality, right? The thing that all other things reduce to. And it manifests in us as our awareness. That's like a 90% overlap, right? So
yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is what is the mechanism that allows this consciousness to give rise to the fields?
If I had to, this is something that would be beyond my knowledge. If I had to get, that's why it's called a metaphysics, right? It's not provable with just physics. If I had to guess, it would be
Sure, but how do you
that
come to
consciousness
this
is a field.
conclusion?
I would guess that consciousness is a field, and it gives rise to the other fields.
Do you think
But
consciousness
how
is
would
a
you come to that conclusion? And
Yeah,
how do you come
that's
to
what
that
I need to
It would
know.
just be a guess,
Like,
right?
why?
It's a metaphysical statement.
Yeah. But the point is, how do you come to the conclusion that consciousness arises everything? Like, that is just a huge leap with no evidence.
Okay.
It's
So-
okay. It's because earlier in this conversation, I said that we have more epistemological certainty of our first-person conscious experience than we do for
Yeah, sure.
observation, right? And because we have more epistemological
Yeah, sure.
certainty, I'm making a educated guess that it's more likely to be true.
Well,
So-
I don't think that we have more epistemological certainty of our consciousness. We have epistemological certainty of
But we are
what our
conscious.
brain is processing, but not that consciousness exists as a thing. That's where we left off at. So I've been taking notes. They're not anything special. I had to change the resolution because it's hard to see. But I've been taking some notes. Premise number one, or your point number one, is basically consciousness somehow lends credence to some larger consciousness. Now we've talked about this, I don't know, at least for the last 45 minutes, and we've got two other points on the board. Would you like
It's fine to move on.
address the other two, or because we've
whatever
talked
you
about
feel is most
consciousness on
entertaining.
this channel quite a bit, and I don't know how dead we can beat that horse.
It's okay. We can move on to something else. I enjoyed that conversation. It was useful.
Sure.
Okay,
Okay,
would you
so,
like to go maybe pragmatism, or which
yeah.
one would you like to go to? So pragmatism is. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I've got premise number 2 or point 2 is rational deductions about the universe. Is your second point. How does this get you to an entity or a god?
It's a very similar argument to the first cause, but you just so you argued with the other guy about first cause, the caller before me. His argument was based on temporal causation, which is the idea that there was a first thing in the temporal sequence. But you know, I'm a Mormon. I don't believe in that. I believe in hierarchical causation,
Okay.
which is that there is almost.
Uh-huh.
This is a bad analogy. There's a sustainer of the universe, right? So if I like hold my hand in the air, right? What's causing my hand to be there? Well, it's held up by my wrist, and my wrist is held up by my arm, and that's held up by my shoulder, and that's held up by my body, held up by the floor. That's hierarchical causation. It doesn't have a temporal sequence. And all of the arguments for God's existence work in an eternal universe as long as you have hierarchical causation, right? So God is the first hierarchical cause of all things.
And how do you come to this conclusion?
It would be similar to probably like Aristotle's argument for motion. In lay terms, it's like, why does anything exist at all? And the answer is there is one thing that is like causing all of existence to exist, right? And that thing is
Why
God.
would we think that? Why would we think that there's one thing that causes it?
Because it's more parsimonious to believe that there shouldn't be existence, right? Like existence requires
No, I disagree.
explanation. Yeah, I'd like to hear why.
So, yeah, because it doesn't make sense that there would be nothing. If you get, first of all, if you can't get something from nothing and you have something, then logically there was always something.
But I don't think that there was ever.
Why would we
nothing.
think that there was ever nothing?
That argument?
That's true. I'm failing to understand your argument. I keep forgetting you're Mormon. I have no idea what you're talking about at this point.
Yeah.
Are you
that
trying to
argument
say that
worked
there
for
was a
temporal
beginning of the
cause,
universe?
but
Because you
not
don't believe in
hierarchical.
the beginning of a universe. How in the world
Yes, this is
does
hierarchical
a prime
causation.
mover argument help you as a Mormon?
Because of I've been trying to. Maybe I'm not explaining hierarchical causation very well. Hierarchical causation. So temporal causation is things happening in time, right? Hierarchical causation is like something causing something to be there, sustaining its existence, right? So if you like hold your hand in the air, it's held up by your wrist, that's held up by your arm, that's held up by your shoulder, and there isn't a time sequence there, but there is a sequence of one thing supporting the other, right? And then existence
So what?
itself, the universe itself, is sustained by God, even though it's existed eternally.
What do you mean by supporting?
It's a metaphor that I'm using, right? It would be like in Aristotle's argument for motion, right? Something has to actualize motion, right? Something has to actualize the existence, the ontology of the universe, and that actualizer is God.
Is there a first actualizer? Or a first actualized thing?
No, because there is an unactualized actualizer, but it's not a first, right?
Wait, outside of God, is there
You might
a
call it a
first
source.
actualization?
No.
Okay,
Now, that gets
so
really
what
technical
you
because
believe
of my
then is
beliefs,
that
but I
God
can say no.
God actualizes the universe at all points in time.
Yeah. You might call him he's like the source of the universe. Yeah, you might call it that way,
And
right?
why would
Actualizing
we
it
think that?
times.
So
Because we have
what
to
you're
explain why
suggesting
there's
that
something rather
that the
than nothing.
universe itself, you're saying the universe itself needs to have something
Explanation.
causing it. Okay, cool. So does God. So all you've done is you've kicked the can one thing back. You're saying, listen, the thing that causes the universe to exist is a thing I invented called God. There's no evidence for it. There's no reason to believe in it. But it at least it explains the fake problem that I invented. So this is not a great argument, my man.
I'm trying to see why you think that, and maybe it's just a failure of my imagination, right? Like in my mind, the universe needs explanation, right? So like you look around you,
Why?
there's something. Why isn't there nothing?
So
right?
God doesn't need an explanation. Why is there God rather than nothing?
God would just be eternal, right?
So the universe is just eternal. All you're saying is God is a brute fact. Cool. The universe is a brute fact.
Maybe I could use an analogy to see why this is. remember that these aren't proofs to me, right? These are just reasons to give me additional credence, right? So
I know.
I can use the
Talon,
analogy of like,
you're a really smart, nice guy. I wish this
uh
religion hadn't wrecked your brain. You could be doing so many awesome things right now. This is such a waste of brain power, man.
maybe I could use an analogy that's scientific, and maybe that would be useful. So you could go maybe like simulation hypothesis, right? And then something has to make the simulation, that'd be God. Or maybe a better one would be um, God could be like a five-dimensional being, and he has to sustain the lower dimensions, right? So then you can have a God who is within our reality, but also extra has an extra dimension, right? This is just a thought exercise to explain that you can have something outside of the universe sustaining the universe, right? In the way that
Wait,
the creator of the
outside?
simulation sustains his universe. Yeah.
What do you mean outside the universe? What does it even mean? If the universe is
Um,
all that exists, how can you be outside of all that exists?
you're right. I should probably say the word world, right? Because God sustains our reality. Our reality is our world. And then God would exist in our reality, but also in an extra dimension plus our reality that would be part of the universe, right? I think the simulation is easiest to understand here, right? Like if we live in a simulation, there has to be a creator of the simulation, right? That's really simple. Is the creator in the simulation? Well, he can hop on an avatar and jump in, but he also is outside the simulation at the same time. Does that make sense? So you can be in something and in a reality, and then also the sustainer of the reality. Oh, did I lose you?
Justin, you're on mute.
Sorry, I muted my mic for a second because I had to unwrap a plastic spoon to enjoy a nice cold frosty.
All good. I understand.
Sorry about that. I think the universe is not, as a totality, is not something that I would say is a dependent entity. I would say it's more of like a symbiotic relationship. All the things inside of the universe would have a relationship with each other. Not that there's one thing that you can source the dependency going back to.
I mean, that is a metaphysical claim. It could be true, but also I would imagine my claim could be true, right? Like the analogy to in a simulation, right? Both could be true, but you can just choose to believe other ones based on how the evidence convinces you. But at
Mhm.
least both are plausible. Is that right?
I think both are
Possible, maybe.
logically plausible. Not, I wouldn't say, and it depends on how you describe it. Like the Trinity God is not logically possible. That violates the
I
laws
agree
of
with you there.
logic. The Mormon God seems to be logically possible. I just don't think it's possible according to what we'd say science and physics says.
I mean, I appreciate that. We're getting a little bit further away from is a fiction, right? I'd imagine you'd
Mm-hmm.
still hold that my God's a fiction, but we're getting closer away from that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
How do
by
you
fiction, what I mean to say is that something that is fictional is something that exists inside of a book, or inside of a story, or inside of a brain, but not in reality, right? And I guess I'll say the same thing I was saying to Jesse prior. I don't make, like, when I make claims, you have to understand, I'm not saying that I know something 100%. I don't know anything 100%. Fuck, I could be a brain in a vat. What I'm saying is
Yeah.
that this is obviously seems to be the conclusion of the evidence.
To throw a little quip
But
in there, if you were a brain in the vat, then God would be more likely to be true.
I don't think it would. Why would it be true?
Well, who would be creating the simulation that has your brain in a vat, right?
Another guy that's in a simulation.
I mean, yeah. That's really close to what we Mormons believe, right? We believe that we used to live in a different world we call the premortal life, and then we volunteered to come down to this probation. We call it a test, right? The word test is really similar to the word simulation, and that we will then return to live with our Heavenly Father again, right? Like this is pretty mainstream Mormon ideas. I'm putting a simulation covering over it, right? But it fits really well with my theology.
Right. So let's touch on your last point, because we had like 6 guests waiting to get in, and they all kind of left because the conversation got long in the tooth. So if you wanted to get in on the discussion tonight, guys, our guest box is starting to get thin. Good time to request up. We'll probably be able to get to you. Your last point is pragmatic truth. Can you help
Mhm.
me understand what you're trying to say with this, or what you think it means?
Yeah, pragmatism comes from William James, American School of Pragmatism. He says that you can find evidence for the truth of a proposition based on its effects. Basically, the idea is I can use a lot of different analogies. I don't know which one would be useful, but basically, truth is useful, is kind of the idea, right? So if it's not useful, it's less likely to be true. If it is more useful, it's more likely to be true. So then this would say that you could look at different religions and you could, or ethical systems, you don't have to just stop with religions, and you can assign truth value to each ethical proposition within their context, right? So would be an example here.
Wait,
Murder is wrong.
when I'm talking about
Go ahead.
when I'm talking about truthfulness, I think there's two things we need to verify going forward. When I talk about truthfulness, I'm talking about an evaluation, right? Evaluation of a proposition. I don't think that truth is like consciousness. I don't think that it has like an independent existence. And so when I say something's true, I'm saying the proposition was evaluated, and it seems like the proposition matches reality. That's all I mean when I say something is true. What do you mean when you say something is true?
I'm saying the way to evaluate. I agree with everything you said there because that was just a basic definition of truth. But then you have to add what's called an you know this, an epistemology. Sorry, I don't mean to be condescending. The epistemology of pragmatism
Okay.
is we evaluate based on usefulness.
This is where we're going to fall apart. Why is usefulness have anything to do with whether or not a proposition's true?
I'm not going to be as eloquent as William James. I'm going to just try. I'm going to butcher him. So if anyone's interested in this, William James is a great resource. The reason why is because if you were, it's absurd to say that something can be true and then not useful in your life, right? Like, it's absurd to call a proposition true that is impossible to know that's true, right? Like you need some closure on truth, right? So you could say that there's like pink
Can false things be
unicorns on-
true? I mean, sorry, I said
No.
that wrong. Can false things be useful?
Proximally, but over long time spans, no. Over short time spans, yes.
Really?
Right?
Okay. So you think
Yeah, it would matter.
in the end, you would agree probably with atheists, most atheists at least, in that the best good for humanity is to believe most of what's, more of what's true and less of what's not true.
Yeah, by definition. Because
Sure.
I
Let me ask you
truth
a
as
question about the
usefulness.
placebo effect.
Mhm.
So you know about the placebo effect. People do amazing things, especially if you study neurology. Now, the placebo effect is a huge benefit from believing something that's not true. Where's the if I have a group of athletes and I tell them that they're getting a substance that's going to make them perform better, and then they perform better, what's the harm happening here? Why is this not have some kind of utility?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. Because the placebo effect, when we call it the placebo effect, we like pretend that we understand what it is. We don't understand the placebo effect at all. We have no idea why it works. We have some hypotheses, but the placebo effect, I would state that whatever positive utility it's giving gives truth value to whatever that statement is, right? So for me, truth has to be put within a context, right? Like if I say, like, where is my cat, right? But I have two cats and I'm in a place where I'm referring to cat A, not cat B, right? That's going to change the truth value of the statement. Sorry, not where. I have a cat, right?
But
or any of these statements.
if the proposition is I'm giving you PEDs and you will perform better, but you don't get PEDs, then the truth value of that proposition is false. And that means even though it has utility, it's not true.
Yeah, this is where we would disagree, right? I would say that it is not 100% true, right? Because under the pragmatic definition of truth, truth is distribution. It's not like a binary yes or no. Truth value, sorry, is a distribution. Truth value is a distribution. Some truths are
Isn't
more
that the
true
third
than
law
other
of
truths.
logic? Venus, check me out. Isn't the third law of logic is that basically something's either true or not true, and there's no middle? It's called the excluded middle.
Pretty much with a true dichotomy. Yeah, it's either true or not true.
That's why I caught myself and said truth value, right? But
Okay.
What the
even
fuck
then,
is
right?
that?
We could go on a tangent, and the third law, the law of non-contradiction, is potentially contradicted by quantum mechanics, but we don't have to go there. We can just use the word truth value and be fine with that, right? Like some things are more.
When I
true
say
than others.
truth value, to me, I think it's a Boolean. It's either true or not true. What is there a reason to believe that it's somewhere in the middle?
Yeah, like the most. Yeah, I can. Maybe we do go into the quantum physics stuff because in quantum physics,
Well,
quantum states are not Booleans; they're distributions. They're called Bloom spheres, right? So it's not
well,
yes or no.
well,
You can have like a leftness and rightness to the
well,
statement.
quantum states. The reason why we can't calculate them as a yes or no isn't because of what you're describing. It's because we have no way of knowing, which means it's a probability.
If that were true, quantum computers would be less efficient than typical computers, but we know that quantum computers are more efficient, right? And that's how we know that
Well,
truth is
but
not purely
but that
binary in our world.
but that's not because of the binary or non-binary nature. It's has to do with the speed of the computation.
No. Quantum computing works not because it's faster. It works because it uses qubits, right? That are entangled. They're not just binary yes or no. They have like a leftness and a rightness to them, right? And you can run
Well,
more calculations on them because of that.
you can run basically was 3 calculations on a single I don't want to. They're not transistors. In a CPU, yeah, we can call it a qubit. You can. There's like 3 different things you can run on it versus 1 with a transistor. Am I remembering that correctly?
No, it's actually exponential with the number of entangled qubits, right? So if you have, I think this is right. If you have like
Well,
4, you can
I'm
run
talking about
16 calculations.
one entangled though, like 1 entangled pair, right?
Oh, one entangled pair would be 2 bits, right? Because it's a pair of bits, and that would give you the option of doing 4 calculations at the same time. You add a third, you get 8 calculations at the same time. You add like 10, I think it's 256 at the same time, right?
Oh, who's got a baby?
Yeah,
Not
I have a
me.
kid. I probably got to get going in a little bit. But basically, all this is to say that we have good evidence to believe that truth is not strictly binary based on our quantum computing. We have reason to believe that we should say that some statements are more and less true.
I think if you're taking, let's. I'm not a quantum physicist. We've got 2 of them that are usually hanging around. Neither one of them are in the box to talk about it right now. You've probably already deleted them while listening to the. But anyways, the thing of it is, let's imagine it's true. Let's imagine that in the quantum level, that it might be true that there's something in between true and not true.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't then just apply that to any proposition you want. You can't then just apply it to things outside of the quantum reality. And I would say in order to believe that something can be something other than not true, speaking of which, here's quantum, then it seems like you're defeating your own position. Is it true that there are states in between true and false?
I would use the words more and less true. Oh, sorry, you're talking about my bad. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey,
sorry,
Quantum.
to briefly introduce myself, I'm a physicist, a PhD physics
Bro's
candidate.
name is Quantum. You're cooked.
Great, let's hear it. You can maybe educate me. You could help me out.
This is the
So I wouldn't exactly call the other states in between 0 and 1. More like the number of states that it can possibly take lie anywhere on the surface of a sphere. It's just that when you observe it, it snaps between either 0 or 1.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mispronounced it. It's the Bloch sphere. Am I saying that right? Or is it the Bloom sphere?
I just call them qubits. I can't remember if the physicist that it was named
you know
after.
More than me. It's okay. I mean, I would agree with this. Would that give me at least some license to say, well, this is what pragmatism states, right? Pragmatism says that there are things that are more and less true, right? And instead of truth being like yes or no, it has a relative aspect, right? Where you can be like 99% or you can be like 60%, right? And you can do the same thing with quantum distributions, can't you?
Well, those
right?
that's just confidence intervals. Those are just confidence intervals. It's not saying that things aren't either true or false. quantum mechanics does not negate the law of the excluded middle. That's not what quantum mechanics says. Quantum mechanics is just saying that there are other states besides 0 and 1. It has nothing to do with like true and false.
I don't think quantum mechanics is a epistemology, right? It's a physics, right? But you could use this analogy to map onto pragmatic truth. Does that, like, could you use that as, like, our world
No,
is not
I don't think
fundamentally
so.
Boolean? You don't think you think our world's
Well,
fundamentally
certainly.
Boolean?
Well, what do you mean by our world? Like, are you talking about propositions?
No,
Like, are propositions like either yes or no, or what specifically about reality is?
Question, right? Right. That wouldn't be a quantum question. That would be a philosophy of language question, right? Whether propositions are
right. So I'm trying to understand what you're saying when you're asking if the world is Boolean or not. What about the world?
The underlying realities, right? Like our underlying quantum realities.
But Boolean is not a way that things can. The universe is not just 0 or 1. That's perfect. That's kind of a category error.
Yep, that was the entire point I brought up. Yep. It's a category error to just boil all these things down to zeros or ones. Yeah. Right.
Wait, no, I'm saying that the universe itself is not a 0 or a 1. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
you're agreeing
the
with
universe
me.
is not a proposition. No.
Yeah.
You're trying to apply this concept to propositions. Propositions have truth values of 1 or 0. The universe is not a proposition.
Maybe I should make this more rigorous, right? I'm using argument from quantum mechanics to make a philosophy of language point, saying that it is good to say that certain propositions are more or less true, because our underlying reality is not Boolean. Because our underlying reality is not Boolean, we should our language should recognize that this is an argument for philosophy of religion.
This is very much a category error. This is like by definition what a category error is.
That's why I'm saying like I'm giving a reason
like you don't even need to go to quantum mechanics to like even in classical mechanics we don't work with Booleans. There's nothing special about quantum mechanics in that respect.
No, I think it works really well because so under pragmatism, right? If I have a proposition such as murder is wrong, we can determine the truth value of that proposition based on how it performs over time. And as you receive more observations, you'll get more and more likelihood that it's false, right? So I think that the idea
quantum
of
mechanics is not propositions, though.
Metaphor. I agree, it's not, right?
So I think where you're getting confused. I think what you're getting confused with is the fact that people often describe quantum mechanical states as being a mix of like two Boolean positions. So for instance, the spin state of an electron might be, 60% up, the other percent down. This is a common way that we like use language to convey what we mean in quantum mechanics, but that's not really accurate. Again, the actual state of like a quantum system is a point on the surface of a sphere. That's not either, a mix of both states. That's not really what that is. It's a new state in addition to the other two.
In the same way, I wouldn't say that like
you're agreeing with me, but I'm disagreeing with you. You're not hearing what I'm saying. It's not in between the two. It's another state entirely.
And when I say that something's 60% true, I'm not saying that it's 40% false, 60% true, like a mix that way, right? I'm saying that this is where it lies on the probability spectrum of that sphere, right?
Well, again, you're now mixing up confidence intervals with like the truthness of a statement.
I mean, if I were to
confidence intervals can be absolutely be a percentage.
If I were to be rigorous about all of this, it would take probably like a 10-page paper, right? But I mean, I don't have a 10-page paper in front of me. So I'm using this as a, for the purpose of the conversation, metaphor to explain how things can be more or less true. And as we increase the time interval it takes to measure that proposition, will be more or less, like we'll get more or less data on whether that's real or not. This works in pragmatism because in pragmatism,
that just seems to be directly against the law of the excluded middle.
Yeah, he's saying that's what he's saying is the law of excluded middle is not always.
Hey, Aristotle was right about lots of things, but he wasn't. I mean, he wasn't right about everything, right? I'm okay with saying Aristotle was wrong.
Well, it
Well,
seems like
sure, of course he was wrong on
yeah,
stuff. Plato too.
yeah.
Plato thought that magnets were divine because he couldn't explain how they functioned.
Yep.
And
I'm okay with
obviously
it, but
ICP was wrong too.
yeah, that's why I
It
think
seems
pragmatism
like
is useful.
you're kind of confused where like if a proposition is maybe not entirely correct but not entirely wrong, you're putting it like at 50% right. But that's not really how propositions
analogy.
work in like actual logic. Like if it's not completely right, it's wrong. That's just it.
Yeah, but this isn't an argument from propositional logic. This is an argument from pragmatism. It's a very specific school that doesn't hold to like propositional logic, right? The argument is from that which is real has to be useful, and you determine usefulness, like you determine whether
I'm just not
true or
sure how we're formalizing these claims then.
It's not analytic philosophy. Yeah, it's more continental.
Like breakfast?
Fucking
Like
A,
the
yeah.
school of philosophy. The school of philosophy. That was a good one. That was a good one. No, the school of philosophy. There's analytic philosophy that says like math is fundamentally real and math is more real than everything else. So everything has to like
Oh,
dissolve down to logical proposition. And then
yeah.
there's the
I don't
continental
believe in
school,
that.
which typically isn't like that. Yeah, I don't believe in it either. So because I don't believe in it, I don't really care if
So why are we talking about it?
it's propositionable, right? I care whether it's true. I don't care whether you can put it in propositional logic.
Well, it sounds like you have a really weird definition of true that doesn't really mean anything.
I'm pulling it from the American School of Pragmatism, right? So it's not mine, right? I'm pulling it from William James.
Okay.
I think it's useful. I think it's really useful because it sounds absurd to say that something is true, but it's not useful at all, right? That is an apparent absurdity, right? Like, what's the whole
I don't
point
think it
of
is.
knowledge without?
Can I give my
There's
take
lots
on
of
this?
true statements in math that aren't particularly useful, like the
Yeah,
adding two extremely large numbers together, what that equals.
Venus, you're the philosophy buff. I'd love to hear your opinion.
Go for it.
So what we're doing here is a little bit ridiculous because if me imagining a glitter pooping unicorn that will bite you if you don't do your biology homework, if I'm convinced of that proposition and that gets me to do my biology homework, that makes it useful. And under your pragmatic definition, makes unicorns pooping glitter who bite you if you don't do your biology homework real. I'm not sure who told you this, but
No. I think that's a straw man.
your understanding of truth. The funny thing about your pragmatic definition of truth is that it's not even pragmatic in of itself. It's kind of ridiculous.
It would be, yeah, if you use that straw man, yeah, that would be.
That wasn't a straw man. That was. Hold on a minute.
Maybe to steel man that, you could say that it's only considered useful if it has predictive power, but even by that
Bingo.
definition, does
Way
your
closer.
God have predictive power?
Yeah, I would say he does. Yes. Exactly my point. Yep. Bingo. There we go.
Give me a
Thank you so
very
much for that,
specific
Stillman.
prediction that is. Can you please give me a very specific prediction that the null hypothesis does not also predict?
I can give you evidence. I can't give you a strict proof, but the evidence would be. So, for
I
example,
just said
am-
prediction. A prediction. Because it has predictive power, which you just claimed.
Okay, let me give one, right? So, for my tradition, I'm a Latter-day Saint or Mormon. In the Book of Mormon, it states that if you keep God's commandments, you'll prosper in the land. Latter-day Saints,
Oh, no.
On average, live like 7 years longer. This isn't proof, but this is evidence, at least that something in these beliefs
Okay.
is leading to longer life.
So you've made a claim now. Did you factor in for other socioeconomic factors that could play into that? For instance, the fact that most Mormons lived in, a wealthy Western country.
Most Mormons don't live in a wealthy Western country. The
They
majority of them
don't live in the
outside
United States?
The majority of
Really?
Mormons live outside the United
I
States.
thought I thought like the Holy Land of Mormons was like Utah.
No. That's where we got kicked out to after the Americans tried to kill us multiple times. Well, and then took us over. But no, the majority of us don't live within the United States.
Okay, but still, did you actually control for socioeconomic conditions like this? Because you made a very
No.
specific claim.
Because
Well,
no,
right then
because
it's not an actual prediction. Then, if you're not doing your due diligence and using
this isn't a proof. This is just
scientific
evidence,
rigor
right?
to actually show the validity of that claim, then it's
I didn't
useless
say
to
this was
me.
an argument from scientific rigor. I said this was an argument from pragmatism, right? And pragmatism has different standards.
Well,
of
you
evidence,
said it
right?
had
It's
predictive
much more
power,
open to
and this is how we tell that things have predictive power. We do experiments.
pragmatic predictive power, not scientific predictive power. They're very similar, but pragmatic predictive power is more open. It takes in more
It
evidence.
seems like you're just you want all the benefits
Can I
from
finish
a
the statement?
scientific
Can I finish the
predictive
statement?
power, but you don't want any of the scientific rigor that comes with it.
I never once said that this was a scientific argument. I said at the very beginning it was a pragmatic argument. And the reason why is because, like my faith tradition, we kind of become an ethnicity, right? The reason people moved out to the Intermountain West was because they were part of this, or at least the specific area in Utah and Idaho and Arizona, those specific parts. They were settled by people who were religious refugees, right? The religion was the reason they moved out, right? So, like all of this is to say you can't disassociate the faith from the people, right? And if you're trying to say, wait, but have you tried like different people who aren't associated with the faith? Well, that would break the entire idea of measuring the faith, right? Because you can't tear those.
Do you know how we do sociological studies?
It's also not
Because we can do
art, it's
sociological
pragmatic.
studies based on like different religions.
I know.
Because,
and
like, listen,
I cited that.
if Mormons
cited that,
tend
like,
to
we live
live longer, you realize that there are like perfectly natural explanations for why this is the case. The same reason why there are, I would say, like, I don't know, vaguely religious, like tribes that only believe in spirits and not gods, that live like routinely into the age 100 or so. It doesn't mean that what they believe is true.
Again, I would actually agree with that point. I would say it gives you more credence to believe what they are doing has truth in it, right?
Why?
Right, that's the entire point of this.
Not unless it actually has scientific rigor, though.
But it's
Yeah.
not. an
The
argument.
reason
Like,
why
you can
we
argue
have
with
science to
science,
begin
every
with is
argument
because
science.
this is how we evaluate the truthness of claims like this.
I'm not a scientist.
You made a claim, and I have a method to how to evaluate claims like this.
That's great that you have your specific method, right? But that's not the only way to.
No,
correct truth.
it's not just my specific method. It's a method that works.
I know it works. I use science all the time in what.
So
it's
why
useful
aren't you
to
not
do.
allowing me to use this level of rigor to verify your statement?
Scientifically prove that you exist? Right? You can't do it.
That is
it's
just a
different kind of claim.
complete straw man and a
it
complete
wasn't-
dodge
I
from
wasn't-
anything that I asked.
I wasn't making it. I wasn't making an.
You
said
made
that
a
was
very
position.
specific claim, and I was
I
asking
said-
for evidence, actually
What was
like
my specific claim?
verified,
What was my specific
repeatable,
claim?
testable evidence of that claim, and you dodged it.
What was
You
my
said, no,
specific claim?
actually, it's not scientific claim, so I don't need to live up to your expectations.
Yes, true. Yes, exactly. Right. And you're saying, no, but you do need to live up to my expectations. I'm like, but I said,
Well,
at
of
the very
course you
beginning,
do.
This wasn't,
You made
this
a very
wasn't
specific
a
claim
central
about the
test.
natural world, and we have
You're
ways to
strawmanning my
verify
position.
these. And you're saying no, actually, I'm a little special boy who's exempt from having to actually prove my claims.
But no. I said I could.
There's a
prove these
reason
claims
why science
pragmatically.
works.
Science does work. I don't disagree. With
I
you
don't
here.
think that word means
Science
what you
is a
think it
very
means.
specialized tool. Really?
It's specifically a tool to eliminate any personal bias from interfering with the conclusions you draw from certain sets of data. Why are you
I
not
would
allowing me
quibble
to use this
I would
method
quibble
to
that it's a
remove
method.
any bias that might influence this result?
Because I never claimed. Well, you can go ahead, right? I'm not stopping you from using a scientific framework. You can. I didn't.
You're
say
the
that a
one who
scientific
made the
framework-
claim.
If you cut
You
me
made
off,
the
I can't get my
claim, and I
statement
was
out.
just
If
asking
you
for
cut
the
me off,
evidence.
I can't get my statement out. If you cut me off, I can't get my statement out. I never.
You haven't
said-
actually.
Oh my word, dude!
You
I
haven't
never
actually
made a
addressed
statement.
anything that I've said, though.
I could address it if I
You
didn't
did,
get cut off.
whether you
Do promise
intended
that
to
you
or
will
not.
cut me
That's
off?
what you did.
Can you promise not to cut me off?
I didn't say that.
Could you?
Maybe
I
address
asked a
what I'm actually asking then.
I will if you give me 20 seconds, please. Please? Am I good to talk? Okay. I made at the outset a pragmatic claim. Pragmatic claims have a much lower standard of evidence for their probability than scientific claims. I agree. These are not controlled studies. They're surveys. if you live longer by believing certain things, it doesn't necessarily conclude that that thing is true. It just gives you more credence that that thing has truth in it. That was my entire claim from the very beginning. Go ahead.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
it.
that's false, because it seems like you want to invoke Bayesian inference without actually having to use any of the methods that make Bayesian inference valid.
I'm not making a Bayesian argument. From the fifth time, it's a pragmatic argument. Pragmatic, right?
I feel like
Is
so
pragmatic just a magic
pragmatism.
word that means that I can believe whatever I want to?
Let
No,
me address
pragmatic is
this
a very rigorous
pragmatism
idea
thing.
by William
Please.
James. Go ahead.
Pragmatism is sort of for navigating concepts, not necessarily determining what's true or not. Something can be useful and false, just like God. That helps some people not kill others. That's fine. That's great, but that doesn't make it true. The same way that unicorn helps me do my homework by threatening to bite me in my head. That doesn't make it true. You're using pragmatism in the wrong way. Like, if you want to say that, pragmatism can apply to not necessarily making morals true, but making them like the best possible course that we should take, like that's fine. But pragmatism doesn't then fold over into epistemology, because we all know that humans can be driven by imaginary concepts like gods or placebos, right? You can hijack someone's
Also,
dopamine and reward system without actually the reward existing. It's what's happening in Animal Farm. They just promise you a reward and you do all the work thinking you're gonna get it. You don't need the actual
also,
thing.
I just remembered, don't Mormons like prohibit drinking and smoking? Because that seems
Yes,
like
we
a much more sensible explanation for why this is true. If it
No
even
alcohol,
is.
no coffee, no tea. But
Yep.
they're getting diabetes now because they're consuming soda faster than like anywhere in the world.
Our diabetes rates, man, I'd have to double check it. I was pretty sure diabetes rates were also below the national average, but we are like
It's a
approaching
very
that.
new phenomenon.
Yeah, I know. But okay, back to what I'm sorry, I forgot your guys' names.
Well, so here's Talon. There's a couple of us. Here's kind of our situation, Talon.
Mhm.
I don't know how long you've been up here, but you've been up here long enough that now every single one of our guests has left.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You can
so
kick me. It's good.
No, well, we don't have anyone to talk to now. So
Oh.
what that means is you're stuck until someone else
Well,
joins.
When someone
So,
else
but
joins,
we
kick me. How
got
about
we
that?
well, sure, but we got to stop talking about weird semantic pettifogging nonsense. Come on, you have to understand that these like poor philosophical like arguments aren't really convincing. Like the idea that something is true just because it, I don't know, has a good amount of utility. Well, what's the argument for that? Do you have something for that? Venus, I think,
Yeah,
has something to
okay.
say.
Can I give that argument, or do you want Venus to go?
Yeah. Go for it. In fact,
Okay,
I'll
so-
write it down. Yeah.
Okay, so this entire time, I feel like pragmatism has been misaligned, right? I talked about William James' definition of pragmatism, and he wrote a book called The Will to Believe, if you want to get deeper into this, right? It's not just like semantic pragmatism, it's rigorous in James's work. Basically, if I were to summarize it, and I'm going to summarize it badly, it is you can have a rational commitment to a religious hypothesis if it leads to good outcomes for you, right? And it gives you truth value to each one of those hypotheses based on longer periods of time, right? So in every single one of your examples about like placebos, right? Or things that are false that make you, that if you believe them, you do better. If you had a longer time frame, you could compare that proposition against a proposition that is more true. A good analogy of this might be, we could use like the periodic table of elements. The periodic table of elements is not completely true because we know that there's a deeper reality of quantum physics below it, right? But the periodic
I
table of
don't know
elements
what you
is
mean by
good enough for chemistry.
true.
Predictive value, right? The same
You
way the
keep
periodic table
referring
of
to
elements has
things
predictive
as
value.
being true that don't have truth values.
That's the entire
Like
point,
elements
right?
don't
I'm
have
giving
truth
you
values.
Also, the claims
they
of
have
the
predictive
periodic table are actually indeed true, so long as you also consider that it has a domain of validity, like in the low energy, low mass regime.
So my big
So
point
as long
here,
as you
right?
take that requirement as well, it still actually is true, like in this 100% in the truest sense of the word. It pops out of
Yeah,
the limit of
and
quantum mechanics.
This is why we're having a
I would
disagreement
say
over. Go ahead.
if evolution is true, Talon, do you believe in evolution?
I do.
if evolution's true, then it seems that in the long run, having some false beliefs would be incredibly pragmatic and useful, because if your goal is to make sure your species survives, then fucking A, you can, any belief you have that allows your species to survive and reproduce in comparison to somebody else is going to be pragmatic.
No, I think that's too narrow, right? Because okay, this is why I used the analogy. I think we're really having just a big disagreement over what the word true means, which is why pragmatism is an epistemology. So if you look across the longest possible time frames, right? If we're going to say something is true, it must give selected advantage over the longest possible time frames. If you say something like something is false, like to say something is false but gives you reproductive advantage over the longest possible time frames, that is a contradiction in terms. The tautology.
What's the longest
under
possible time
pragmatism.
frame? It could only be the past up till today.
No, because I mean, in calculus, we have ideas. We can use hypothetical infinities in calculus in order to do calculation. We can do the same thing in pragmatism.
There's no way to test a belief in the future.
You can wait and find out, right?
Yeah, but you can't predict it. You can take guesses, but so the reality is, for example, humans have this really interesting. Well, we're not going to be there. Like if I predict something, 1,000 years from now, the reality is we have no way of. First of all, prediction probably get lost. Second of all, I won't be there to find out. But my point is, like, if the thing that allows your species to survive is being able to not die off, it seems like anything that aids in that process would be useful, pragmatic, utilitarian, and a lot of things people believe are not true but help them or is an aid in surviving.
I just disagree with that point, right, as a tautology. And I also don't think that truth is confined to a single human lifetime, right? I think truth exists across, truth doesn't stop being true.
Did I say that?
I didn't say anything about that. I didn't think you said that. That was just
why would you
even
for me to say
why
would you even think that I have no idea why you would even go there.
I can justify running experiments after I'm dead, right?
Yeah, I can give a better example, I think.
Go ahead.
Let's take two claims that people have made about the natural world, for instance. Let's take the periodic table, since you brought that up, which predicts, the different chemical properties of various elements. And then let's also take phrenology. Do you know what that is?
Yes, the study of skulls to determine what's on the inside. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we have these two claims about things about the natural world. They both make predictions about the natural world. We can test those claims and everything. We do that for the periodic table. For a while, we found out that it was, had a lot of predictive power in showing the chemical compositions of elements. We later found out that it, does break down under certain conditions. That doesn't mean that it was false. It just means that it had a limited scope. So we've now come to the point where we've well established that it does make good, useful, and accurate predictions about reality so long as certain conditions are met. For example, low mass, low energy, things like that.
Can I ask you to justify
sure.
why you can say that the periodic table of elements is true, except for these caveats, right? Don't those caveats undermine the truthfulness of the periodic table of evidence?
No, because the proposition has now changed from the periodic table is true generally to it is true when these certain conditions are met. When A, B, and C are true, D also follows to be true.
Yeah, but okay, you do quantum physics, right? You know that every single, there's quantum realities even in those conditions, right?
Yeah, but quantum mechanics predicts that the periodic table should happen.
Exactly, right? And that makes it so that the periodic table of elements is less true. You'll know less about reality.
No, it's not less true. It just has a limited scope.
This is where
it's not true generally, today, right? But it is true under a specific set of conditions.
We just have different philosophy of language here.
Not to interrupt what's happening here, because it is riveting. Well, we have a guest in the box that's joined us, and I think we're going to try to pick up one more guest before we end the live stream, so we can get some diversity in here. But Talon,
Take care.
as usual, this is our second conversation. You've been perfectly polite and kind, and we tag teamed and beat you up, and you still took it pretty well. So kudos for you, keeping your head screwed on straight. Although you got to be honest, like when I was a Christian, I would think about some of the arguments that you're giving, and it might be mildly compelling. But like the minute I left the religion, I was like, oh, these are actually really stupid. I just want you to think, maybe, just consider in your mind, perhaps, if the reason why these are convincing to you is because they're good arguments or because it helps you to not feel silly about believing what you grew up believing.
I'll consider it. Can I ask you a question? Which one of these was the most, like, out of the three arguments? I know you think they're all not good, but which one was most compelling?
Number one.
Number one, consciousness. Great, thank you.
All right. Hey, cheers, buddy.
Take care. Have a great day.
Please never say consciousness is a field again. Please, that hurt.
I think consciousness is certainly one of those things that is, you definitely have some difficulties trying to explain it without science, at least, that's for sure. So, oh well. You're right, what about the gold plates? Hey, friends, before I read any super chats, I want to remind everyone that I have a link in the description of the YouTube videos, and in the comments, I have a link pinned to a fundraiser for our friend Venus down here. In fact, let me get Venus on the screen. I apologize, my screen sharing hasn't been set up on the stream yet. I'm working on it. But Venus, tell them about what's been going on and why we're doing the fundraiser. And I think we should be able to meet our goal here today, but.
Hi guys.
Oh, Venus. Oh, there you are.
Venus. I'm doing my bachelor's in biomedical science. This is my first year. I also have a diploma in science, but I'm doing a specific course that requires me to do statistics and use a program called R squared. A lot of like older devices, so Chromebooks, Macs, iPads, pretty much anything iOS can't really run the software. And I'm like, I can't lie, I'm 2 weeks behind in statistics because I can't afford a computer. And I don't know if you know about Australia's housing market, but rent for about a 2-bedroom house is like it's looking at 500 Australian dollars a week. So it's horrific here. The job market is terrible. It's so bad. It's worse than anywhere else. That's just in Brisbane. In Melbourne, it's like even worse. $600 for like a pretty much an apartment. The more rooms you get, the cheaper it gets or whatever. It's just terrible. So your girl's been struggling to do that and pull $1,000 out of her ass for a good enough computer to run the statistical software that I need. So I would appreciate it if you guys could help a girl out. I love this community so much. I've been doing this for 3 damn years. I still haven't found a job.
And those of us who like, my college experience was like Venus. I was like on commuting like 1 hour both ways, like eating ramen noodles because that's all I could afford. If you've been through that struggle, you know exactly what's happening right now. So this will go a long way in helping Venus to actually get through her biomedical science degree, and it should actually help her to get on YouTube, which is what I've been pushing for. So we can get some of her content out to the the non-TikTok audience. We'll work on that next though. That's not quite as important. It's important to me.
Yeah. It would be good if I could stream properly. TikTok Studio seems so cool because I love using my soundboards and stuff, which will probably get my ass monetized.
Yeah, you gotta get all the music off your soundboard. You're gonna get screwed on YouTube.
I can do the fart noises though, right? And some of them,
as
like
long
the
as they're
brr.
not copyrighted, don't use any sounds from video games.
No video game sounds. Okay, all right.
Right.
I feel like the We Are Charlie Kirk song is an actual song. I didn't know that.
Yep.
I thought it was a meme, but that's a real song someone
And
released.
it's copyrighted.
I
Yeah.
thought it
The
was AI
fuck made that
generated.
song?
Yeah. You got to be careful with that.
That's fun. Who made that song?
I don't know. It's out there though. Anyway, so that's
Oh
what's
my
happening,
God.
friends. There are links in the descriptions of the video and in the comments. I'm going to read some super chats, friends, and then we're going to get Joel in here, and then we'll do more after. Rachel, hey, good to see you. Says, can someone tell Jesse JC was no better than the average? Women, males struggle so hard with empathy. Wait, than the average? Oh, I think this is a comma that you meant to put in here. So, Anne, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, can someone tell Jesse JC was no better than the average woman? Males struggle so hard with empathy. Yeah, that's actually a fair point. Like the teachings of Jesus, I think, might have been revolutionary to some of the male hearers of the time, but probably would have resonated with a lot of the women just because that was more, let's say, customarily in tune with their behaviors. Kane, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm an atheist. That means I can do as much evil as I want. It just turns out that the amount of evil I want to do is zero. True. In fact, I think the first time I heard that was the guy from the UK office. Shit, is a comedian, always wears a black shirt. Fuck, I forgot it. Funny guy. Zencat, thank you for the super chat. Says Christianity is like a 1-watt amplifier. It can't keep up when pushed to its limit and usually blows a fuse like these colors. You're awesome, Justin. Well, thank you, Zen. I appreciate that. And it's true. It is kind of fun to watch the fuse pop, though, just to be fair, you know. Narcissa, thank you for the $20 super chat. I did not explain it that well. Baron Trump is beta to the Tate Bros. Oh, fuck. You mean Baron Trump is a fan of the Tate Bros? Oh, no. Well, that would explain a few things. Shit, that's terrible news. Hate to hear that. Side says, Cynthia, the money to drop this dude. I'm sorry, Cynthia. I don't know if I saw that while he was up. But we did drop, well, I didn't say we drop him. He left. You got your wish at least. And Lord Julio says, Levi and Matthew, the same person? And who is attributed to writing the book of Matthew? Okay, fair question. This is a common question because in the Gospel of Mark, the tax collector is Levi. In the Gospel of Matthew, it gets renamed Matthew, even though it's the identical same story. This is one of the reasons why people posited that the author of Matthew was a guy named Matthew, because why would you change that name? The problem is, if you think Matthew wrote it, why did he copy word for word his own conversion story? Like, what a weird thing to do. Why would you copy that? And why would you tell it in the third person to begin with? It doesn't make sense. And then to tell it in the third person and not include any additional detail to help the story, that's crazy. So yeah, the oldest copies of Matthew are obviously anonymous. P1 is the oldest one that we have. And so it's got no name on it. There's no identifying marks. No reason to believe that it had a listed author. Yoda, good to see you, friend. Says, for 1 year now, I have been leading the Schism Crusade against the Dirty Verties. Happy anniversary, hordes. It's been a whole year. Fucking A, Yoda. May you all have the best week ever. Until next week, I hope next week is better. Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Thank you, Yoda. I appreciate that, friend. And thanks for being here, supporting, even though you are literally dividing my community. And Lovecats says, Christian philosophers don't mention Aquinas. Christian level impossible. Well, I mean, some of them do, but it's more like the Orthodox and the Catholic, because if you didn't grow up Orthodox or Catholic, you probably don't know the guy unless you studied philosophy. And Randy, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, everyone get into the cheat sheet. Study all the contradictions that are in this religion. Will help you get out of this mess. Agreed. I think the cheat sheet, and I've got a bunch of new stuff to go on it here real soon, but it's a really good tool if you just need to, say, do a proper debate or just figure out what the fuck is true in the Bible. Michael or Michelle says, keep rocking that T-top. Shout out to all cats and birds. W cats and birds. And thank you. I really appreciate that. And also Randy with another super chat says, thank you, Justin, for the work you do. So many have been impacted by your work. That's literally the reason why I created the account, by the way. It wasn't because I wanted to do this that much. I thought it was important work and I thought I can contribute something to the world. And it seems like I might have found a niche. Michael Martin, hey, thank you for the $50 Euro chat. It says, I do everything I can to lead a good life, to increase human well-being but I'm an atheist. So Jesus will condemn me to his hellfire just because I don't love him. This Jesus is a moral monster. Agreed. If your determination as to like whether or not you deserve to get lit on fire for eternity is whether or not you believed in a claim, a messianic claim with, all kinds of contradictions and lack of evidence, what a weird system of justice. And House 70 says all causation is still temporal. Before your hand, arm, shoulder, etc. went up, your brain made your muscles do that. There is always a temporal link, even if you don't perceive it as such. Actually, that is true. And I do like some of these studies that have shown that some of your decisions seem to be happening like even subconsciously, like before you're aware that you're making it, which is really interesting. Last super chat for now. We've got more, but we'll do it after the next guest. Colby, like that cheese. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat, friend. So starting the pot to drop Talon. Sorry, I didn't have anyone else. I should have dropped him before all of the guests left, and I didn't because I wanted to give him a fair shake. Last time he was up, we gave him a little bit of a hard time. So I wanted to give him a fair shake, and we just lost all of our guests. But we got some new ones in here now. Before we all die of Mormon Philbro word vomit poisoning. This guy stinks. Yeah, and you know what? That is, I think that's a pretty accurate description of the case. So hold on, I went to use a sound on my soundboard, one that actually is okay to use, and I forgot to put my soundboard on the mixer. Damn it! Fail. Oh well. There we go. Let's try that again. That's for you.
I gotta head
friends.
out for a meeting, but I might be available after that if you're still streaming.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm done in about 35 to 40 minutes. I'm on a schedule in August.
Damn, you
so
having a balanced life.
I know it's rough. It's rough. Yeah, but well, not just a balanced life. I've actually got responsibilities. So I've got
Don't
things
even
that,
talk to me about those.
have to be handled.
I'm gonna go live.
Mine
after
in the way
because
of
I'm
biological
about to pass it
dependence.
through.
And Venus, I followed you.
All right, join my live,
Oh, hell yeah.
please, please.
As long as you're still streaming after my meeting, and who knows how long that's going to go on for.
Yeah. We'll see.
Later.
All right, hey, good to see you. Quanta, thanks for being here, man. Let's get Joel in here. Joel was next in line. Joel, if you can hear me, we're about to get you pulled up here. Joel, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
Not really. I guess
Oh.
I hope well so let me kind of explain. I think of myself as a functionally atheist, but with a lot of I guess hanging over baggage or the like a not fully complete deconstruction process, and kind of like a not really cohesive or logically consistent medley of beliefs that somehow work or seem comforting or interpretive in certain circumstances, but functionally
Okay.
kind of an atheist without being able to really shake theism. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. So did you
Kind of like walking
did you
like
want to
with
run
a
an
limp.
argument by
Feel
me
like
or
you're
what?
well, actually, what I guess if it's I guess I had two things on my mind. One, I was kind of hoping to ask your assistance to kind of help frame my belief that the biblical God cannot be both good and the guy who operates the furnace of hell. And
Yeah.
my Christian girlfriend, I guess, is concerned for my soul, and I keep trying to kind of walk her down my thoughts of why I don't fear hell, why I can kind of occasionally attend a church or something like that, or enjoy the music, and then still feel like my lifestyle, which is not in any way accordant with the any sort of orthodox theology is why I'm comfortable with that, why I don't fear judgment. But I don't generally try to pull other people's beliefs apart in social situations, except maybe in private where there's the opportunity to be more open without, well, I guess so let me be clear. I don't, with my family, for instance, I just don't bring up the topic. I don't try to destroy their belief system because it would harm the relationship. I just leave it alone. With, say, a significant other, someone where I can talk openly about things without the risk of a philosophical or theological difference causing a rift in the relationship, I feel like I could talk more openly. So
Mhm.
I don't know if that makes sense. Where
So
I'm not sure
basically,
how many people. You go ahead.
you just need a couple arguments in favor of God being a monster.
Well, yeah. So without going through like all the iterations, the metaphor that I tried to use the other day was to say that basically the concept of an infinite and horrifically um, eternal torment is so disproportionate to anything that we can do in our lives that it um it cannot be anything other than evil. And the way that I have tried to explain it to
Well,
people
Joel,
when I
maybe if
concept,
I
go
ask the
ahead,
right
please go ahead.
question, what I'm trying to figure out is what do you need from me? What can I do for you? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, two things, and maybe you can tell me which you think would be more appropriate for the show. One,
Mm.
help my girlfriend to understand how um, their the idea of a loving creator who operates and sustains torment and hell cannot coexist. That's one question that's been on my mind. The other is maybe more for me. How does one, in your opinion, kind of take the last leap out of a kind of like shed the last baggage of a theistic worldview without I don't, because that sort of nags. I've found that certain experiences are difficult to kind of um, interpret from an atheist perspective. I find that certain times I kind of lean, without necessarily believing that it's true, find that certain religious ideas provide some comfort or are maybe just interesting to think about. And even though, like I said, I feel like I'm mostly uh, deconstructed, I've never described myself as an atheist. And I'm curious, kind of, at someone on the kind of precipice, what pushes people over the edge to completely shake the label of deist or theist or whatever I might be.
Sure. I think we could work on that. So there are two premises. There are two syllogisms I'll show you that are, I don't know, I wouldn't call them rudimentary, but they kind of get the point. The first one, let me put it on the board. There we go. I'll move that off for viewing sake. So premise one, if you cannot choose your beliefs, then it's unjust to be punished for it. Most people would probably agree, right? If you can't choose your belief, say that the sky is blue, then it seems silly that you would be punished for not believing that the sky is blue, right?
Yes, yeah, I would agree with that. Yes,
Sure. Premise number two, you cannot choose your beliefs. So the conclusion is that it's unjust to be punished for not believing in Jesus.
I agree with that. But can I ask what would you say to someone who said that one is willfully unbelieving?
There's no
Basically,
such thing. You can't choose your belief, which means you can't be willfully unbelieving. You can deny
It's
your belief. You can
called
say, I believe it, but I'm not going to live according to what I believe. But you can't choose to believe or not believe. What are you going to say, Venus?
It's called dosastic involuntarism. It's very obvious that beliefs are things that happen to us when our threshold of evidence is met. It's not something that is an active decision. I personally, I wouldn't look, I'm not gonna judge your relationship, but I wouldn't date someone who believes in religion. Like this book, especially as a woman, is very misogynistic and patriarchal, and you've got to have some sort of inherent patriarchy in you, which affects men and women negatively in order to believe in it. And on top of thinking that beliefs are a choice is kind of just like ignorant. Like, look, it's not your job to educate her. She's a grown woman. Like, it's about your standards. You know, like, we can't tell you the right things to say. I was just on a 3 hour live convincing a woman that something that is necessary is required to perform the task, meaning the task cannot be completed without it. I spent 3 hours trying to tell her what necessary meant. You can't really
Yeah.
change someone's mind. Like, she can't choose to believe. She has to make the decision. Like, we can tell you about the grape, the slavery, the black, the white, the yellow in the Bible, and you can tell it and show it to her. But at the end of the day, she has to want to actually understand and believe. Like,
May I respond to that? I think I'd two things. One, I agree with the idea that choosing one's belief is not a voluntary act. My question is, it's like there's a crime like willful, I think it's like willful blindness. Like if you work in the financial services and you see evidence of money laundering and you don't report it, you can be, I believe, charged with a crime for not having reported something that you should have understood. And so I guess I'm just kind of pondering the idea that maybe someone could have a belief or have not have a belief, but they might be in some way hiding from themselves their true understanding or the thing that would cause them to believe. Now, I agree with you. I'm just saying that that's why I kind of hesitated for a second. But for
so they could be
regarding the
hiding
relationship,
a
oh,
belief.
please.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean is if if in your mind you've sort of connected a few dots and you want to interpret them a certain way, but you don't like the idea that how you're interpreting those data, those data would,
Oh, great. Someone's
you
mowing
don't
their
like the
fucking lawn.
conclusion,
Sorry.
then one might kind of attenuate their attention on the observations that could make that connection result in consequence that they don't want. I don't know if that I don't want to emphasize that point unless you do, but that's just I guess what I'm
Look,
trying to say
people
is if
can be,
say
there's so
there's a
many different cognitive biases that exist. You can't, I'm telling you, so many of my family are believers. I have shown women where rape is supported in the Bible. You're not,
Mhm.
you can only encourage someone to learn, Joel. You can't make them learn. You can take that horse to the freshest, cleanest fucking dam in the whole of the fucking desert, and they will not drink that water if they don't
Yep.
want to.
We see it here all the time. There are people that will literally look at a verse and say it doesn't actually say what it says. I literally fucking had a guy once who claimed that there wasn't a contradiction in one story because one story said there was going to be 7 of something and the other said that it was 3 of something. Literally twisted himself into a pretzel trying to explain how somehow 3 is spiritually the same as 7. Rather than just admitting it's a fucking contradiction, bro.
right. Well, I mean I've been there, and I'll just tell you, like for the regarding the relationship, I mean, she's told me that she's maybe only 10% believer now. I think she has a lot of her own doubts. And what I think that I've been trying to do, because it seems like there's enough permission, and openness on the topic in the relationship, is to, I don't remember the scripture reference, but I sent her something after she was feeling shamed by a sermon that she attended, and I sent her something about the bride price, and how I don't remember the scripture reference, but it's the bride price for a woman who is raped, and how she's basically
50
damaged
Yeah,
goods,
shekels.
so you just pay the
Deuteronomy
father off.
22.
Well, okay,
Yes, Deuteronomy
to,
22,
to
28 and 29.
right, right. So I was basically trying to show her, look, if is this the does this belief system have any authority? Something so horrible that this kind of view of women as women, are you going to give this belief system authority? So why, if you don't, the implication is you don't have to have shame. You don't have to be controlled.
They've already hijacked her brain. This religion, when your brain receives stimulus, it reprograms how you interpret it. Our brains are like a form of software, and this religion is like programming. When you have a certain experience, the religion tells you how to interpret that and attribute it to a god. For example, your internal monologue. They tell you that, hey, when it says a good thing, that's God. When you hear a bad thing in your head, that's a devil. It tells you that when you have sleep paralysis, that's the demons trying to get you. And the deeper and deeper you get into the faith, the more scared you are. So the more nightmares you have, the more demonic attacks. God sends the biggest battles to his strongest soldiers. That's what it is. No one can
And
unhijack her brain. It's taught to people when they're young and they don't have any sort of firewall for this religious virus that infects them, and it stays there until they make the decision to filter through the files in their brain and clean out the biases and junk. That's not something that, like, she's not actually, she doesn't fully believe that this God supports this stuff. There's always a fucking apologetic for everything. Oh, it's a different time. Oh, that was for the people. Oh, that was for the this and the that. And if their threshold of evidence is low, they're going to believe it. You have to train yourself to have correct epistemology. It's not easy. Like, even I fall for some stupid shit all the time. Like, everyone's brain gets hijacked. It's about filtering that out. You can't, like, you can't, you can't make her drink, bro. You can't make her drink. That's all I'm saying.
To me,
Can't
that
make her
seems
drink.
like an interesting connection to the other question that I was posing, as far as the process of um, jumping over the precipice and shedding any sort of labels of theism or deism. I guess what I have thought of myself, and I suppose my thoughts of other people may have been projecting, is that if something is like, from my personal experience, growing up in a very strict fundamentalist Christian family, it almost seems like an impossible task to unwire everything that was taught to me and the experiences that I had from such a young
If
age.
you're lucky, you're
So I
lucky,
think the
man.
approach that I've
Some people, if you're lucky, you're lucky. Some people get the opportunity to, and there's that one thing that undoes the like a wedge or some sort of like, I don't know a lot about coding, but some sort of like fucking like hole in the coding, some sort of like loophole or like, what is it, backdoor? Like sometimes you find the back door and sometimes you don't. Like, just keep encouraging her to learn. But how is there something specifically that we can give you advice on? Because I feel like I don't really understand what you're asking in particular.
okay. Well, so maybe I think I sorry to be inarticulate. I think there's two separate topics that to me are kind of connected just because of I guess I've been kind of paying some attention to both of them at the same time. But the one is how in a way in with someone outside of a debate sort of context can one kind of help someone who is already on the path of freeing themselves from like a high control environment
What's this
and
high
who
controlled environment?
has
What's that?
well that's so that was the previously before I knew my girlfriend, she had been married twice before, and in the first marriage she was in an environment, I think it was almost the kind of church where the pastor can set people up and say these two people should be married.
Is she
Well,
out
no, I
of
don't
it
think it was
now?
quite to that point. Yes, that was her first
Okay,
marriage,
so she's out of
and
the environment. You can read the Joel, you can read the book together, let her make excuses, then find the rebuttals to those excuses. That's what you can do. That's all you can do. You can just be there for them, be patient, read the book together, find the holes together in the fucking cheese. That's what you can do. That's all you can do. Literally all you can do. I've lost so many people when I left this religion. Like if she doesn't find the back door, she doesn't find the back door. You're not in her program to find it for her. Like that you can't do that. This is all you can do. Read the book together, find the problems. If she accepts it, she accepts it. If she doesn't, you're gonna figure something out or you're gonna split. Like because I personally I
Yeah.
couldn't date a Christian. I couldn't do it.
I'll tell you the same thing I tell everybody else. If you're with somebody and your desire is to change them, then you're with the wrong person. Sorry. If you can't accept that your partner's a Christian, you got to go. This is the wrong person for you. If I was dating a religious person, I would be okay. I would have to be okay with the fact that they're religious. That's just, just what it means to love a person. And you can help guide them in ways that you think are, healthy. But at the end of the day, like, you can't really control what a person thinks, and you can help them to find out things that are true. You can help them do research, but like Venus says, you can't make them drink the water. You can hold their head under the water and they still won't drink it. At the end of the day, if you really love the person, you might just have to love them while also being a Christian for the rest of their life.
well,
It's like people who
my
have
ex-wife
kids.
was
It's like people who have kids and
Yeah.
they're like, my kid's not going to be gay. Well, mate, you're living in La La Land. You
Yeah.
don't get to choose that for
Yeah.
someone. You either love
But
them as they
also,
are and who they might be, or not.
yeah, but also, Joel, what you ought to do is join the Deconstruction Junction Discord. It's in all of my profiles. There's a lot of people in here who've already gone through what you're going through. I know because I've talked to them over the couple of years. You'll find a lot of very good answers from a diversity of people in there. And I'm now like 15 minutes past when I needed to be done with conversation so I can read super chat. So unfortunately, I got to let you go. But next time I'm doing a Q&A, come on up during the Q&A. This might be your first time here. Also, I remind everybody, debates are not Q&As. Please don't come up and ask me questions during the debate. This is for debates only. But I do Q&As once or twice a month where you can come up and just ask me anything you want to, anything at all.
okay. Well, thank you very much for your time, and I'm sorry to have
Right.
joined in
Bye.
the inappropriate evening.
It's okay. You just didn't
It's
know.
okay.
That's why, let people know. It's all right. It happens.
Right. Yeah. Thank you both.
All right. Cheers, man.
Justin, can I say bye to the YouTube? Is your software
Yeah.
working? Or is it not? It's not.
My software is working, but I didn't add I don't have your video box on YouTube right now. It's a whole thing. I'll have it rigged up this week sometime.
True that. Well, if you're on YouTube, guys, I'm going live after Justin's stream at xxvenus.bxx. I'm sorry, I don't have YouTube. I only have TikTok as of now. So I'm going to put my username in the chat and you can join up on TikTok. if you want to
Yeah,
do my
absolutely.
stream later. I do issues that more pertain to philosophy and science. That's my expertise in chemistry. That's my favorite subject.
Actually,
So I'm going to be running.
Venus, as soon as this live stream ends, don't do it while it's live. As soon as the live stream ends, go to the comments of the both videos on the YouTube and just put a comment in there saying, "Hi, it's me," and I'll with your TikTok link, and I'll pin it so everyone on YouTube can find your TikTok.
All right, cool.
Sound good? Friends, hey, thanks so much for being here. And Venus, thanks for joining me. We did, we're not quite at what my personal goal was, but I think we did really great. We're currently at 2,342 Australian dollars, which is awesome, especially considering it was a very short live stream. Huge W for everyone
Really?
who's able to contribute. But as someone who's been in the tech industry for a long time, I'm telling you right now, that's not enough for a decent computer. I know that sounds crazy, but it's not. RAM alone is $1,000 right now. That's how
What?
ridiculous RAM has become. In order to get a decent computer, it's now basically double the price that it was a year and a half ago. And I hate that that is the fact, but it's reality. In fact, my computer right now, the one I'm streaming on, I could sell it right now for 3 times what I bought it for. It's fucking crazy.
What the fuck?
Used.
Maybe it's because of AI. Oh, I've heard that AI is buying all the RAM. I've heard that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
fucked. I saw that. That's so
We're in the RAM
terrible.
apocalypse. It's bad. It's really, really bad right now. Nevertheless, so that's why I
Apocalypse.
say I'm so like proud of our community for always helping people out when they need help. But I will reiterate that it's not 1999 and it's not even 2024. Unfortunately, to buy a decent computer, we will need some. We need some more money. we gotta get it on the books. If you want Venus to finish her biomedical science degree, she will need something pretty powerful. I've seen the software that you have to run for some of these computations. It's not like a TI-86. It's a real thing. So everything you can give, even if it's $5, is always going to be helpful. So really appreciate that. See,
You guys are the
today's
best.
is today Monday? I think it is.
Today
Venus,
is for you guys.
I'm going to keep the GoFundMe link inside of the YouTube comments or YouTube a description, and then run this again on Wednesday. See if we can get our goal. Okay.
Are you going live again on Wednesday?
Yep.
Shit, I might be in a bunch of classes because I'm going to the end of. I almost have my end of trimester exams, and I have to learn all of statistics in about a week.
Yeah. And also, Venus, if you have like PayPal or Cash App or Venmo, make sure it's in your TikTok bio.
Okay, I'll put if you guys want to PayPal me because it's got like my real name, and I don't need your bullying me over my fucking name. I'll never live it down.
You can change it in PayPal.
Really?
Yeah, you can change your display name. It doesn't have to be your legal name.
No way. Let me see if I can do that.
Yeah. Because I had to do the same thing when I first started. I had my name on all of these things, and people were like, "Hey, Justin, your name's showing on this." So
Your name's not Justin?
my name is Justin. I had my full name. Actually, my real name is Doug. I don't know if I told you that.
Oh my god, Doug. Don't kill me. Douglas.
I
Oh,
did
true,
learn
you
recently,
can.
though, the middle name of The Rock is Douglas. Oh, listen, friends, I'm sorry. I've drawn out way too long. I got to read what's left of our super chats. And because in August, I'm only doing like 3.5, 4 hour streams. I'm going to be doing the same thing that Blitz and the Line do. I'm just going to be reading like $5 super chats and up in August. Unfortunately, I can't take an hour reading super chats when I'm only got like a 3.5 to 4 hour stream. We got to get debates in that time period. But thank you everyone for being here and support, and I really do appreciate everybody. And Cal says, wild how they love to say things like "you'll be sorry when you die," but then hum and haw, like the last guest did when simply discussing hell in detail. True. They don't like talking about hell because nowadays I think people see how inherently silly and unjust it is. But back in the olden days, they found a way to justify it. They had apologetics for it. Space Lord says Jebus in Revelation 2:20-23 is also said to do something awful to Jezebel and her offspring. Yeah. In fact, if you look at that passage in the original Greek, now it's not clear necessarily if it was a literal reference or if it's just throwing shade, but there's a reference in there that it's idiomatically used to refer to what we might say a sexual experience. So that's a fun one. Check out Revelation 2:20-23. This is a pretty popular thing to point out. A lot of scholars have talked about this, but I don't know. I don't think the interpretation of the passage would necessarily lead people to believe that Jesus himself is going to be doing the thing. More of a metaphor of how he's going to deal with the person, if that makes sense. Because remember, the person's not literally Jezebel. Obviously, there's some metaphors going on in this passage already. But yeah, it's a cool topic. Definitely look into it. And Ethan says, what do you say people who argue with Jesus had relations with his followers? I was told washing feet was an euphemism for having sex in John 13. It's not. Okay, so this is what you have to understand. There are some things, and they get popular on TikTok, but they're not true. It is true that sometimes there's idioms that could mean something else. So sometimes somebody will refer to their member as their thigh, because it's between your thighs. There are sometimes people will refer to their member as like an appendage, like an arm, because it's like an appendage. And there are ways of describing the female body parts as well, without saying the name of the parts. And so that's what you have in like a couple Hebrew inscriptions, and maybe once in the Bible, like in the book of Ruth. But what that doesn't mean is that every time the word comes up, it should be interpreted as the dirty word. That's not how that works. If I said, I'm going to do the horizontal mambo, we know that means I'm going to go do the thing. But that doesn't mean that now everyone who does the mambo is having sex. Does that make sense? So you can't just say, oh, here's an interesting idiom about feet. Now, every time feet came up, it's somebody having sex with somebody else. That's simply not the point of the passage. Jesus washing the feet of the disciples was about an act of service, which was done regularly. Remember, they had sandals when you entered someone's house. And in order to keep the unclean spirits out, you wanted to not traipse through the house with dirt everywhere. So there was foot washing, and usually a servant would wash, or sometimes you would wash your own. Nikki says, we experience things uniquely. Yeah, that doesn't mean minds are suddenly magic. Consciousness is still just our brains being brains. 100% agree, Nikki. I couldn't understand why he was unable to grasp this point. The fact that our minds, like from a first person vantage, is different from a third person vantage doesn't mean that there's magic in there. And Zoxin says, this last guest was so smug and insufferable. What do these guys even hope to achieve by constantly saying, this is upsetting you and stuff? Well, that's just how Jesse is. Jesse is, I don't want to say he's a troll. He's just some guy that he likes getting in these shouting matches, which is why he keeps doing it. Were you here? Did you see the Jesse conversation?
Yeah, I was
I
in
don't
here.
think Venus was here yet. Okay. Yeah, it was.
No, I was in here. I saw that.
Okay.
Yeah, he
that's
started to get
baseline.
really defensive when y'all started to clock his tea.
Yeah.
He got so mad.
AI induced apologist. That's a great name, actually. Consciousness seems to be a measurement of how a life form interacts with its environment. Agreed. It's not a thing, but how we quantify life's potential in its current state. Yeah, that's a good description for it. And I have no reason to believe that it could be a thing until someone produces evidence for non-physical things. House 70 says consciousness is brain dependent. Homer Simpson, duh. True. True, actually. And also from Game Guy, good to see you, buddy, says consciousness is brain dependent. That's why I can change my conscious experience by eating certain fungi. Yes. Yeah, you would think it'd be the other way around, right? That you could change your consciousness by like completely change like the way your body works through just believing something. You can change some of your chemical patterns, but you can't do a lot of other stuff. Now, when your body changes, it's true that your consciousness is almost invariably changed in the opposite direction. Kay says, this caller is ontologically confused. He also does not appear to be conscious. Rock Hard Productions move up for sharing. The thing that is upsetting about Talon is I think he, in real life, he probably is a normal, intelligent human being, but he has to defend his religion, and it makes him say silly things. That's why you've got books like the was it Christianity maybe sounds stupid, or oh, shit, hold on, or was it religion? It was by Seth Andrews. Yeah, it was Christianity Made Me Talk Like an Idiot. It kind of touches on this point. But yeah, when you have to defend nonsense. I have that same tank top. Hell yeah, Ray Gatto. I wear it on football Sundays under my Dolphins jersey. Tell your cat I said pss, pss, pss. I absolutely will, Ray. And I haven't seen a Dolphins game in a while, but the last couple of years have been interesting. I mean, as a Browns fan, you have to bounce around a little bit. You can't fucking watch the Browns. They're unwatchable, although this year it might be fun. Narcissus says, caller is so boring. So fall asleep to 1, The Big Lebowski, or 2, Rosemary's Baby. Oh, definitely Rosemary's Baby. Well, if you're falling asleep, no. If you're falling asleep, do The Big Lebowski. If you want to stay awake, do Rosemary's Baby. But yeah, that caller was boring as shit. And I wanted to give him a fair shake because the first time he was here, we beat him up pretty good about the racism in the Book of Mormon. And it sounded like he came with some extra material. And but then our other guest just decided to drop out, and I didn't have anyone. So I was like, fuck, I got no one else to bring up. Nikki, hey, thank you for the super chat again. Says, did you know that people on mind-altering substances experience odd, frightening, and sometimes pleasant experiences? Well, that is true, actually. Yeah, a whole range of experiences. I've personally witnessed people having negative reactions, and I've had some myself. Carnivorous glunt. I don't know what a glunt is, but hey, thanks for the super chat. I used to be heavily LDS. Glad you're no longer, to the point that I still answer these live questions in my head as if I was still active. I've been wanting to ask, how can I better deconstruct from the brainwash? Well, some of it you can't fully get rid of. Like, I went to Catholic Mass once a week my entire childhood. I had 12 years of Catholic school. There are sometimes I'll hear a phrase that was common in the Catholic liturgy, and immediately I'll spit out the response. It's like it's a trained reaction, like Pavlov's dog. In terms of the beliefs, though, you can't untrain your beliefs because you don't choose your beliefs. What I would recommend is make sure to study as much as possible, and then those remnants of belief will disappear. They'll be gone. So like people talk about getting rid of the fear of hell. I never had to worry about that. It wasn't a problem for me. When I stopped believing, I stopped believing entirely, including hell. So you're not afraid of things you don't believe in. Good question. Says, the idealist panpsychic's version of consciousness is the next frontier of my precious impressions point of reality. I don't know what precious impressions are, but good question. I think you and I are on the same page, which is the consciousness argument is trying to get at something supernatural because consciousness, they think, is like the last bastion of unexplained metaphysical realities. Hey, Randy, thank you for the additional super chat, and fucking A for being a member for a year. Also, for people not on YouTube, but for people on YouTube, I do have a Patreon, and a lot of people subscribe on Patreon and get the cheat sheet that way. I am, with this new software, it's going to be a little while. I have to do some proper software security. Like, I actually have to pay a professional security company to make sure it's locked down properly. But I am starting a LinkedIn with my studio software, a way to do a super chat Patreon system, but obviously through my own software. And we're not taking fucking 30 to 35% of the proceeds and giving the rest to the creators. We will be giving 90% of it to the creators. The 10% goes to run the equipment. Right now it's just begun and I'm already at like $600 a month in AWS cost, and it'll only go up. It's probably going to go up pretty drastically as people join the platform. But I'm really excited about that because that means creators through TikTok and whatnot and YouTube will get more of what you guys are super chatting and supporting. And I think that's good for everybody. Randy says, oh, did I read that one? Let me make sure I read that one. I've had such a bad experience in evangelical churches over the years. Letting people have access to the cheat sheet is important to me. Yes, Randy. And that's why when I put the cheat sheet together, because people kept asking me to document a lot of my deconstruction and my talking points. And I was like, you know what? I can start making a cheat sheet of some of my arguments and my talking points in relation to, my studies. And it just kept growing and growing and growing. Now it's, that was pretty sizable. Kirby says, I own a thrift store in Ohio. Fucking A, that's what I'm talking about. Came across an 1873 History of God, a book for children. I would like to donate it to you. P.O. Box to send to. Send email, Rock Hard for Doug. Absolutely. Kirby, I'll check the emails. I haven't been in like probably 2 or 3 weeks. I apologize. But yes, I'll check it. And Kirby, I do have a mailing address in my YouTube profiles, also in my link tree. So it's basically a PO box, except it's through UPS rather than the postal service. But yeah, you can ship it there, and I'll definitely get it. Appreciate that. And Soxon says, as a researcher studying neurodegenerative diseases and a bunch of brain stuff, this is a pretty funny call. I mean, I could imagine so. I would like to know what a real already trained professional neurologist had to say, rather than, I feel like this guy might have still been in school. But Colby says, smells like a well-done Christian here. Hope there's A1 sauce at least. He was so well done that maybe A1 sauce would have been required because it might have been a little bit tough, Relax with Russell. Good to see you, my friend. Says science is not metaphysics, agnostic. Metaphysics simply means the fundamental nature of reality. Caller is using metaphysics in a supernatural sense. True. And to be fair, I kind of, while we were on that call, was using it in a similar fashion because that's how they understand metaphysics. But you're right. Yeah. I think the problem though is the way people interpret metaphysics is they think it's something other than physical reality that is underpinning the physical reality. I don't think that's baked into the definition though. I just think that's how people use it. Let me double check.
I feel like if you break down the etymology of the word, metaphysics would mean like the functions of the mind. So the physics of the mind.
Yeah.
So pretty much like how the mind works. And that's exactly what it is. It's not used to ground physical gods or physical things. We've got science for that. We don't use metaphysics for
It
that.
says, for the definition, it says metaphysics is the branch of philosophy that studies fundamental nature of reality, existence, and the relationship between mind and matter. So I guess that's good enough for me. So not God,
That
as
makes
it turns
sense.
out. Oh. Colby Cheese, back again. Thank you. Says M's voice is even cooler when watching live. Spotify butchers it in playback. The people should riot. I apologize. I'll tell you why that happens. So in order to upload it to the podcast platforms, you have to have the audio. You only have a certain amount of data that you can upload at once. I think it's like 200 megabytes. And my streams are so long that just an audio clip is way over 200. So I have to literally degrade the quality of the audio to even get it on podcast form. So M's voice doesn't sound quite as good, unfortunately. But these are, the setbacks that we have in the streaming world. Good question says, an idealist student of neuroscience is like an astrologist student of astronomy. That is accurate. Believes the class tests are about lies from ignorant buffoons. I mean, kind of. Yeah, I'd be curious to know how he interacts with his teachers and peers on this stuff, you know? John says, M's is sounding better than ever, but maybe a pop filter would be a good consideration. Well, M's, I believe, was on his, I think his phone. He was just had a good background situation. I'll tell you one thing. He's not sitting on his computer. He's on TikTok using his phone. So if he was doing his own live streams, he might be able to set up for that. But unfortunately, that's just not how his setup works. I could explain more, but it is what it is. I love M's, whether he has a good mic or a bad mic, because he's bringing the receipts. Joshua Everett says, I think the conception of a god in the first place eschews logic. I think so. Maybe as we go all the way to affirming contradictions, if you're already there. Well, we have seen that, Josh. We've seen people, when they get backed into a corner, like even on the Trinity, they'll affirm contradictions rather than just saying, hey, this is not really believable. Nadot says, Mormon dude seems polite, but at some point, this is just enabling him. New viewer. Well, I apologize. I didn't have a new viewer. I wish I could have. I would have pulled one up. It got boring for all of us, and I apologize, but my hands were kind of tied. 612. Thank you for the super chat. I'd call describing consciousness as more or less based on sleep, wakefulness, LSD, or experience as a category error. Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get over to him, is like the idea of having more consciousness. It has to be a measurable thing. It can't be like, I feel more conscious. And that's what he couldn't figure out. It has to somehow be tied to overall brain activity, I would imagine. Post-apocalyptic, thank you for the super chat. I gave my meat computer some qualia that said Joseph Smith had golden plates written in a fake language translated near perfectly into the KJV, then lost them. Might not be true. No, LDS, LSD needed. Yeah, listen, Reformed Egyptian wasn't a language. It never has been, never will be. The fact that Joseph Smith's translation carries over mistakes from the King James Bible is all you need to know, that the dude was literally just using the King James Bible, the Adam Clark commentary, and fucking going to town, knowing like some basic lexicon base level of like the Hebrew maybe, but not knowing any of the grammar, had no idea what he was doing. Rod Below says, Mormon infomercial vibes are annoying as fuck. My first queer experience was during my missionary days. Oh, fantastic. Did you do it missionary style? It was peachy, preachy, and traumatic as fuck. Absolutely. Well, I'm sorry it was traumatic. Holy shit. Now maybe it's not so cool, but I'm glad that you got through it, my friend. Shit. Yoda back again says, quantum mechanics, nothing but antics, arguing semantics, solving quadratics, doing gymnastics, God's imagery. You got it. You got it, Yoda. And that's a good rhyme. Also, thanks for being a member for over a year now. Super appreciate that. And Karuvac says, you need to ask if people are on shrooms before they join. You know what? I should. But if I do that too much, unfortunately, the TikTok police will come and find me. It's a sad reality that we live in. Real Marcus, good to see you tonight, friend. Hope you're well. Mormons weren't religious refugees. They were on the run. Yeah, from the law, I thought. Joseph Smith was a known con man, and they tried to overthrow local governments. Surprise. The towns didn't like that and chased them out. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And like Joseph Smith, if you are interested, is documented and proven in court to be a con man. Like they literally convicted him in court of tricking like people into paying him money to do like dowsing rods and using magical nonsense to find treasures. Kelp says, what Mormon Phil Bro is trying to do with his argument from pragmatism is to rephrase, by their fruits ye shall know them. Yeah, that's exactly what he was trying to do. But what a silly thing, because listen, I could make up any amount of nonsense lies and just make a couple predictions about what would happen if you believe these lies. Something's going to land on the wall eventually. Like something's going to stick. You can't fucking use that as a reason why it's true. Tim, my friend, thank you for the super chat, had a let's play under another name, ran past a jukebox in game, got striked for the music it was playing. Wait, what? Had a let's play under another name, ran past a jukebox in game, got Tim, my friend, I think you might be saying something that's over my head, and I apologize. But listen, if you're on YouTube while there's music anywhere, fucking a jukebox within a 2 block radius, you're getting demonetized. Be careful. Science lover, hey, great to see you tonight. Says no one is more willfully blind than a Christian who admits God cannot be proven, but they still believe. True. It's weird that they think that you should believe in something unprovable. Now, I get that they do, but they're not really choosing to do it. They're just doing it because they were conditioned but in their childhood, right? So, there's that. But yeah, if there's no good evidence for it, don't invest your life into it. Peace, love, and cake, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. I left Christianity because it prevented me from loving people as much as I wanted to. And I hated viewing others who didn't believe as being lost. Agreed. And this was a huge sticking point for me as a young Christian because I grew up around a huge diversity of people. I can't say that I had a super religious upbringing, even though obviously where I grew up, like almost everybody was religious. But nevertheless, like I had friends and family member that were in the LGBTQ community, and it was hard for me to wrap my mind around this idea that somehow they're sinning or they're bad or they're immoral because they're having a relationship with someone that they actually love. That to me was difficult to work with. And so it's funny, like you've heard Christians say this kind of stuff. Christians will say things like, well, you don't hate the sinner, hate the sin, but like, it's hard to separate the two. It's not that easy. And I met a lot of Christians that the first thing they flip on, the first like political issue, the first social issue that they flip hard on when they deconstruct is that particular issue. Because it's so abundantly clear that the only reason to be against it is because your magic book says so. That's it. That's the only fucking reason. And a lot of us have struggled with a lot of guilt for how we viewed it, how we treated the topic when we were in the religion. So it's just one of those things. Registered Sunni, hey, thank you for the super chat, says, I consider myself atheist, but still feel a desire to believe in an all-loving God that can grant eternal life and forgive all mistakes. Well, I mean, listen, I think everybody would want that, right? I mean, obviously you're an atheist, so you don't believe it. Right. But I don't think there's any shame in wanting something to be true. I think of like Rhett and Link. Rhett and Link, when they deconstructed, it said that they're like hopeful atheists or hopeful agnostics, right? Meaning they don't believe, but they're hopeful. They would like something to be there. And I think that's where a lot of people are. If there was a way, to live forever or, to have eternal bliss, for a time, I think most people would take it. I don't think that's abnormal at all. Nothing to be ashamed of either, Next super chat from Misha. Hey, Misha. Speaking of someone from down under, good to see you, Misha. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Yeah, take prices in Australia are nuts. Chip it in for a bit for Venus. Fucking A. Thank you so much, Misha. I really appreciate it. And remember, in the description of this video, I still have links going directly to the GoFundMe page. Go check it out and give directly over there. If you give, I remind everybody again, if you super chat me something to give to Venus, YouTube will take 30% of it, which is why I'm got the GoFundMe page up, Gretchen says, no,
YouTube.
three. I mean, I get it. YouTube has to make money as well, but that's such a large fucking cut. Especially because the government's going to take another 30% of it. Gretchen says, no 311 super chats for a month. I feel attacked. Wait, who? What? Where? What do you mean you can't? Oh, I see what you're saying. That's a fair point. Love you, Gretchen. I feel attacked. Also, dead goat witch still got to go. She's right here protecting the live stream, my friend. Okay. I'm not playing. Don't make me come to Ohio. Deal with her myself. Listen, Gretch, I want to leave you here and make you come to Ohio. You owe us a visit. Get the fuck over here and we'll talk about the goat witch. Mark, thank you for the super chat. As many Christians bring up the new covenant, why they don't follow the Old Testament laws. What and where is the new covenant reference and why isn't it really true? Well, I mean, there's a lot of references to the new covenant. So typically what they'll say is because Paul says it and the book of Acts kind of says it, not precisely in the book of Acts, but the book of Acts makes a case that you don't have to follow the dietary laws. They don't say anything about the moral laws. Uh, Nevertheless, so Paul made the case that with and the book of Hebrews that with the new covenant came new laws. He didn't tell you what the fucking laws were or how you could know them. The idea is that you're just no longer bound to the old laws. You have forgiveness through Christ. Should you disobey all of them? No, he didn't say that. What he is saying is, though, you're not held liable for breaking them because you have Jesus. This is the point of Romans chapter 6. It says, should we go on sinning then, since as we sin, grace abounds? Heaven, no. So that's kind of the whole point that Paul would be making. And there's some verses that would plug that in, like Ephesians 2, 14 and 15, where he says that all of the requirements of the law have been abolished. 1 Corinthians 6, verse 20, Galatians, literally the whole 3rd chapter, Acts chapter 15, Acts chapter 10. Those are some places. Now, here's why they're wrong. Because the God of the Hebrew Bible said like 30 different occasions that the law is forever. He gives passages that say, like Deuteronomy 30, verse 6 through 9, that even during the Messianic age, they're going to be giving offerings and sacrifices. After the Battle of Armageddon, when God institutes world peace in Zechariah chapter 14, even the foreigners follow the law. In Ezekiel chapter 40 and beyond, the foreigners have to follow the law. Isaiah 56, the foreigners have to follow the law. Isaiah chapter 2, Micah chapter 4. All of these Old Testament passages say that during this eschatological end period, everyone's going to still follow the law. There's no reason to believe that the law is somehow just going to disappear after God literally said to follow the thing forever. The only passage in the Old Testament that they can really point to for like a new law system is Jeremiah 31:31. When it says, surely the days are coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. Notice what it says. Israel and Judah. It didn't say the whole fucking world. Israel and Judah says, it will not be like the covenant that I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, a covenant that they broke, though I was their husband, says the Lord. But this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says the Lord. I will put my law within them. Oh, there's a law going within them. And Jesus didn't provide a law, so that can't be it. And it says, I will write it on their hearts, and I will be the God. They shall be my people. No longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least to the greatest. Well, that didn't fucking happen. 50% of Jews today don't believe in God. So whatever this new covenant is talking about is sure the fuck isn't anything to do with Jesus, completely unrelated. So that's what's going on there. So yeah, that's the best they got. There's one passage in the Old Testament that maybe possibly alludes to new laws, but is quite clear that there are still laws. They're just going to be written on your heart. In fact, Ezekiel 36 talks about this. He's taking the laws and writing them on your heart so that you will then obey the laws, because that was his complaint in the first place. That's why he punished them, is because they weren't obeying the laws. So he wants you to obey the laws. That's all I would say about that. You got anything to add, Venus?
Justin, for the PayPal thing, I can't seem to change the name. I think it's different in Australia. Is it okay if they send it to you with my name in the description of the PayPal?
Yeah.
And then you send it to
Yeah, that's
me,
fine.
my personal account, just so I don't have to put my name up there.
Yeah, no problem.
So if you guys want to donate
they-
to me through PayPal, because I know GoFundMe might be different if you guys don't have it. If you want to donate to me through PayPal, just send it to Justin. I think he might put his link in the chat, and Justin will send it to me with the super chats. Thank you guys so much. I'm going live right after. I've got class at 2, so I've got a couple of hours to go live. xxvenus.b on TikTok. I'll be on YouTube soon, guys. I promise. Promise I'll be on YouTube soon. But thank you guys so much for the GoFundMe donations. This community is great because we don't need God to help one another. We don't need stars on our crown in heaven. I've helped heaps of people throughout the years on TikTok with whatever I could. And the point is, we're a community and we all share the fact that we kind of fucking hate this evil religion. And we love
Right.
people. We're humanists. We don't need to be threatened with eternal hellfire to love our neighbors, even people all the way on the other side of the world. We still consider them neighbors because they're people.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how you haven't fallen off the globe if you're on the bottom side of it. So confusing.
Well, you guys are actually on the bottom side of it, not us.
I
We're on the
still love
top.
it
That's
when
why
people
we
say
get
that.
all the skin cancer. We're on the top, low key. It's why we got all the skin cancer. You're on the bottom.
We have to do a TikTok dual stream sometimes so we can show the night sky from opposite viewpoints and show the flat earthers that, hey, look, in real time, the stars are
Yup.
flipped. They'll say it's a hoax, I'm
Or I
sure,
could
but
just
what are you gonna do?
I could just fly to what's that flight to Mexico? That's supposed to take like 30 hours if the earth was flat. But you can just fly the other way. What is it
Always an excuse.
24-hour flight? Something like that. The flight from
forget.
Sydney to Mexico. That debunks flat earth.
I'm not sure. I'll have to check it out. I'm not actually sure about that one. Because I forget what the map looks like. But anyways, friends, hey, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it and love y'all. I'll be back on Wednesday, and I'll be running this same fundraiser on Wednesday again.